you know, I can get away with a thing or two. I could hide what I need to hide, figure my life out on the weekend, because next time a search warrant is going to be issued is probably on the Monday, right? So they're going to find clever ways to get away with it, Mr. Vice President. And Mr. Vice President, this is really not a contentious bill. And so as a forward-thinking government, Mr. Vice President, we are bringing this legislation to the House. And, you know, I want to caution and encourage parents that sometimes we have to instill certain values within our children and our child. Because I remember when I was going to primary school, I had a pen, can never forget. And I went home the day you at school, and I had a pen that didn't look like mine, and my mother asked me where I got that pen. I say, in my mind, because I'm like, okay, it's my pen. And I was like, no, you know, you sure? So, and then I recognized that really it wasn't mine, so I took it back to school the next day. But sometimes our children, they're coming home with things that we know do not belong to them, and you're harboring and encouraging it, you know, Mr. President. So this is this Magistrate Court of Procedure Amendment Bill, Mr. President, as a forward-thinking government. You know, we want to ensure that as the world evolves, as time evolves, as crime evolves, you know, we have to ensure that we have legislation in place for today's reality, Mr. President. And so this amendment really modernizes the legislation so it covers any offense rather than only certain categories of crime with larceny and stuff like that, Mr. President. So this covers everything, right? And I noted in the Law House there were some conversations about, and specifically from the opposition, so if I go into someone's house and, you know, there's a specific search warrant and you see something that you're intruding on people's privacy. If you go into a house and you go for a specific thing, you go, for example, let's say there's a warrant that you have for guns and ammunition, and you go and you see a bag of illegal substance, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Because let me tell you, crime knows it has no restriction, no limits, and they're becoming so clever. You know, you'd be amazed at the things that they do. I remember last year, there was an incident at St. Joseph Academy where young people now, they're using, they're going on boats, and you would not said it a shout because I'm sure you have been a victim, and they're taking off the flare gun thingy, and that is what they're using now. So sometimes you think it's real firearm, and it's flare gun, you know, and so, I mean, I'm told, I don't know, I'm told that it's only one time it could fire off, because of, one pop and go, you know. So, you know, but as technology and these young people and everything, you could Google, you could find it on YouTube, they're becoming so clever, right? As a forward-thinking government, we have to begin to put legislation in place, Mr. President, because crime doesn't only exist Monday to Friday, or during working hours 8 to 4. It's all around the clock. It's 7 days a week, Mr. President. And so what we're doing, we are equipping our law enforcement officers and ensuring that there's legislation in place to protect Antiguans and Barbudas. There's so many of us out here who are just trying to live our regular lives, you know, and you have to wonder, you know, what is going to happen if you're safe. You know, it's becoming, and this is not a problem exclusive to Antigua and Barbuda. This is a problem exclusive to the rest of the Caribbean and the rest of the world, because I know they will come and say, oh, based on economy and crime and increase and all these type of things. But as a forward-thinking government, we are preparing for any eventuality. Crime and people are becoming more clever, and we want to ensure that officers are equipped with the necessary tools to carry out their functions and responsibilities. Because the truth is, you know, Mr. President, as I would have mentioned previously, if you know that you can't come no search warrant to my house on a Sunday, you feel it's time to let go no hand. If you have things wherever you have them, it gives you a whole day where you can figure your life out, hide it, stack it, do what you need to do. But now that officers, they have the opportunity where search warrant can actually be issued on Sunday, Mr. Vice President. So this is just like the other amendment. As a responsible government, we are showing to the people of Antigua and Barbuda that we care about you, and we have absolutely, Mr. Vice President, no tolerance for crime. With those few words, Mr. Vice President, I commend this bill to this Honorable House with my full support, if it pleases you.
Mr. Vice President, I beg to second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
I recognize Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I differ completely from the position Senator Guevara has laid out today. I do not think this bill is forward-thinking. I do not think it is progressive. I do not think it is modernizing this particular piece of legislation. And I actually don't think that it is assisting the police and our democracy. What I do agree with is that on the face of it, it may look like a little amendment. In fact, when the Attorney General laid it out in the lower house, he described it as a clarification. I don't think it clarified anything. I think it has actually muddied the water and murkied areas that we didn't need to make murky. So just this amendment alone is doing a number of things. Number one, we are now redefining the scope of lawful searches in this country. And I want to put emphasis on lawful. And by lawful, I don't just mean in this law, because we can come here, as we do from time to time, or any legislature, and amend the law, but it can still be unlawful because it contradicts with constitutional and other supreme rights. So this piece of little amendment is now changing the scope of a lawful search in this country. It is also changing what officers can seize when they conduct these searches by way of warrant in your home. It's also now changing the context of what evidence can be relied upon in a court of law. It has altered the relationship between the police and the judiciary. I want you all to bear with me. I'm going to explain that one. And I believe it has totally mishandled the relationship between the Constitution and arbitrary searches in this country. Now, let me first establish for us what a warrant is supposed to do. A warrant must identify the offense, that this is standard. It must state the premises on which the search will be executed, and it must also outline the things that are sought. That, quite frankly, is the purpose of a warrant. Now, I appreciate that the itemization in the last act of larceny and felony and so on, that it may be seen as being a bit restrictive. However, I do not accept or agree, as Senator Guevara stated, that a warrant should just be issued for any offense. Because a warrant has a different threshold. That's one. That's one. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, a warrant has a different threshold. This is why the police jumped through hoops to acquire one. It is not left to discretion. You go before a magistrate, which is where the police now encounters judiciary, and you convince the magistrate that I have a right to interrupt her privacy and her constitutional right, particularly in her home, which is one of the greatest thresholds of our constitutional right. The first issue here is that...
Senator Parker, sorry, I don't mean to cut you, just for my own information, right? She did say that they go before a magistrate to acquire a warrant and have to give a reason. That's not what you're saying?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, that's what she said that.
Okay, let me restate what I said. Right. A warrant, no, that's fine, because maybe the public is also misunderstanding. A warrant has to state the place that upon which it's going to be executed, the offense, and the things that are sought in the warrant. The issue we're having is that search warrant powers, Mr. VP, Mr. Vice President, are not contained in a single statute in Antigua and Barbuda. The Magistrate Code of Procedure is only one piece of legislation that seeks to codify it. There are other pieces of legislation. So our statute, or our jurisprudence, where warrants are concerned, are a bit scattered. And one of the places where the powers in terms of warrants are found is in the Constitution. I know it may be a little inconvenient for us at times, but that is why it's there. At the beginning of this particular sitting of Parliament, we made a big hullabaloo about the Constitution and who could sit in Parliament. And that was national attention. Is the same Constitution I'm referring to. And so the Constitution, in Clause 9...
Senator Parker, we did give this section of the Constitution for what you said when we had that problem in the Parliament, Section 48.1. So if you care to say that the section of the Constitution that you're referring to now when it comes to search warrants, it would be also helpful. Because we did. Or should I say the Madam President did.
Mr. Vice President, I'm not going to be debating with you. You need to hear me out.
I'm just asking for clarity.
What are you seeking your clarification on?
Because you just said it's the same Constitution that we made the big hula about when we had the joint sitting. So I'm saying to you, we got the section of the Constitution where we made the big hula about, or not we, the leader of the opposition. So it would be helpful if you can say this quote the section of the Constitution.
Let me help.
Okay, no, I just want to be clear. I'm not giving you a hard time. I just want to be clear.
I find you're giving me a hard time.
Okay. Well,
I really do.
No, I'm not.
I really.
It's not deliberately.
I just want to make my presentation.
It's not deliberately.
I did not agree with everything Senator Gorai said, but I sat silently because that is
what is required of you. And I appreciate that you're rebutting that.
Okay. So Section 9 of Antigua and Barbuda Constitution protects against arbitrary deprivation of property. Section 10 protects individuals from arbitrary searches. So first there's the issue of taking property arbitrarily and the issue of searches that are arbitrary. And so I'm saying that I find that we are walking a very thin line when we are going to make a provision as broad as this. What do I mean? Let's go to Clause 3, subsection 1. A magistrate may, if satisfied by information given on oath, grant a search warrant to search any place or places where there is reasonable cause to believe that an offense of any kind is being or has been committed, or that evidence in relation to any such offenses is to be found in the place or places. Now, the previous section also referenced place or places, and I will ask the drafters for some guidance here. I don't know if it is a lacuna in the law or an error in the law that we're just bringing forward, that a single search warrant can be executed on multiple places. So you'll clarify that for me, because my understanding is a search warrant is issued particular to a place, right? So it has brought over the language from that previous clause, but I think that it requires clarification. Okay?
Yes. So whenever a search warrant is being ordered or the magistrate allows for that search warrant to be ordered, the magistrate will be the one to set the parameters, which the police, which the officers will have to follow within those parameters. So it is within the magistrate's remit, based on the information provided to that magistrate, for the warrant to be set within those parameters. So it would have limitations, it would have a specific, I guess, location in mind, different things in mind. It would be something that the magistrate has the discretion to put forward when they are issuing this search warrant for the police to follow.
Okay. So that didn't clarify it for me, but I guess you can come back after I've made my presentation, because I accept that the magistrate determines that. The thing is, a warrant is usually issued per place, for a specific place. If I have multiple properties and you wish to search all my property, if I own a house and a boat and a property in English Harbor, then conventionally you issue a warrant for those separate places. One warrant would not necessarily be served on all the places. The warrant is specific to a place. So I can stand corrected, but that is what I understand, particularly in our law. All right? I know that there are other jurisdictions where there may be two categories of warrants that are issued. I don't know that we have that here, but this is the clarification I'm seeking, which you can provide at the end for me. So thank you. All right, so that is the first thing. Now, when it says an offense of any kind, Mr. President, what I'm saying to you is the initial piece of legislation specified warrants for a certain level of offenses. That is also standard throughout all the jurisdictions that I know, particularly the UK. So you wouldn't really have a warrant being issued for a non-serious offense. For example, what does that mean? If you have a misdemeanor, right, of whatever it is, that then and therefore the police can go and get a search warrant to come to your home. It's not just any offense. It's usually issued for a serious offense, which is why it said so in that piece of legislation, a felony, etc., etc. Now, if we want to broaden that scope of offense, I think that we can broaden that, if that's what we're seeking to do, without making it so broad that it is just, you know, the gate is just wide open. Okay? So why any offense? Why not an indictable offense or a serious offense if we're talking about assisting the police? I don't think my questions are meant for you to answer them in this moment. So you can note them for me so that I don't hold up our time. Okay? Another thing I noticed in this legislation, Mr. President, and I want to jump to 3. I could stop at 2 for a bit since Senator Gavaya made some pronouncement about executing warrants on a Sunday. As far as I remember, the last act as well gave the option to do that. The language may be different, but the same language. Okay, it's the exact same language. You always had the opportunity to issue a warrant on a Sunday and execute it on a Sunday, search on a Sunday. That's not new at all. So allow me to move to section 3, or subsection 3. Now, this is where I think we get particularly in murky waters. And I don't want us to set up this false notion that you cannot be for policing and against crime and still want to have legislation that is balanced and that which protects the rights of people. That is the job that we're supposed to do. It is a balancing act by the very nature of the law, that you have constitutional rights. They are not, unfettered. You have legislation, and you have to perform a balancing act. We don't have to choose one over the other. so that if a person says that is intrusive or that power is too broad or this particular legislation is not clear and can get into issues with people's rights, it's not that you're for crime or you're for the criminals or you're one of them, okay? It actually means that you're doing your job. That's what we're supposed to do. So this subsection 3 now, which says, where evidence of any offense or an offense identified in the search warrant is found. My issue is the first part of that sentence, and I know it was raised in the lower house as well by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and the member from Barbuda. Where evidence of any offense or an offense identified on the search warrant. Now, that is simply saying that you come to search for marijuana, okay, to my home. And, yeah, you come to my home to search for marijuana and guns, okay? That is what the search warrant says. And you come and you think there's another offense whatever you use to make that assumption, okay? That you have the right now to vacate what you came for, or you do your search what you came for, and then you gather other evidence. Let me stop here. Because again, when it was raised in the lower house, it seemed again to be setting up a false narrative. Common law had always accepted that where there is contraband, which is what you call it, in plain view, that the police are authorized or can lawfully take that. Okay? That was always there in the common law. All right? So what is this new thing seeking to do? And when you say any offense, because I had this discussion with my colleagues, and we were stuck here for some time, okay? Is it that the evidence that we're talking about is of an offense that you can definitely identify as an offense? So, for example, if you come to search for marijuana and guns, and you see a counterfeit making machine that makes counterfeit money, right, and a stack of counterfeit dollars next to it, that you take that. That may be reasonable, because that is obvious. We know that there's a law against counterfeiting. But then when you get into this thing that I may see a TV or a device that you assume is not mine, it's not based on anything, Madam, Mr. Vice President. It is not based on anything.
On a point of order. Oh, sorry. On a point of order, Mr. Vice President, I just have one question for the senator over there. Are you saying our police are incapable of...
That is not a point of order.
I'm just asking the question.
That is not a point of order.
Police incapable
that is not a point of order.
And being able to identify what is an offense.
And I'm not sitting.
Sit down a second. Senator Parker, sit for me for 2 seconds, please. You have to address your point of order to me. You're not getting up to have a debate with Senator Parker.
Mr. Vice President, my question to you is...
Not a question, it's a point of order.
Okay, my point of order, I'm trying to understand. My point of order is the assumption that our police do not understand...
Mr. President, that is not a point of order.
Let me hear the point.
A point of order is a very specific thing in this House.
Senator Parker,
that is
Senator
not a point
Parker,
of
would
order.
you please just sit down for 2 minutes and give me a chance? Give me a chance.
She will have her opportunity to
Senator
speak.
Parker,
That is she's
Senator
debating.
Parker,
And I will take it.
Senator Parker, please.
But the point of order is... let me reword it until... Because I'm sure the
point of order has to be a point of order.
The point of order is our police understand the laws of our nation. They understand what is an offense. Our law enforcement agents, I would like to believe, and they must, understand what is an offense.
Senator St. Louis, you're making a presentation to me. I suggest after Senator Parker is finished that you get up and make your presentation.
Mr. Vice President. I will definitely do that.
Mrs. Parker, Senator Parker, can you continue, please?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, again, this is not anybody against the police. Nobody in here is against the police. Nobody in here is against the police, okay? What we're doing in this house, you know, let me jump forward. Because you see, there's a reason why the police has to get a search warrant to begin with. And there's a reason why the police swears an oath before a magistrate to satisfy reasonable grounds for entering somebody's premises. And if we took that view, that the police is omnipotent and all-knowing and just knows how to do their work, all right, we wouldn't need those things. Because judicial oversight is necessary to curtail the possibility of abuse and to secure and protect rights. That's the way our system works. It is a partnership. So Maleka bringing this to the consideration of the House is not insulting our police. In fact, what I'm saying here is actually assisting police. Because let me tell you a secret. Better procedures make for better policing. Where there is clarity in the law, it works in favor of the prosecution. Because these very issues have been challenged in this country. We have jurisprudence, which is what I was looking for, right? Where these are constitutional matters, okay? This law can never be greater than the Constitution. So let me jump forward in my presentation. I want to quote for you a famous case, right? We're going to know this one. Damani Tabor versus the Commissioner of Police, the Chief Magistrate, and the Attorney General, and the Prime Minister, all right? And this case, right, Damani Tabor challenged the legality of the search warrant, because what do you all think? It's the courts that's going to decide these things. And people have the right to protect their constitutional rights. So we should make good law. And I'm saying that this is not good law. Damani Tabor challenged the legality of the search warrant. He challenged the legality of the search itself. He challenged the seizure, okay, of things that were taken from him, including his mobile phone. And his case went forward on alleged breaches of his constitutional rights, including protection from arbitrary search and entry. This is not child's play. What we're doing here in this legislation will affect people and can help to strengthen police work. That is what we're doing here, okay? And so, this case dealt with whether warrants were issued legally, whether the police exceeded the warrant that was issued to it, right? Whether his constitutional right to privacy had been infringed, okay? And what that search meant for his constitutional rights. And case after case, I can quote more of them. I can quote more of them. We don't have the time, even throughout those years. Case after case have shown us that our own courts have already exposed weaknesses in our current search warrants. Weaknesses, okay? And so this amendment, which expands that, which broadens it, which opens it up so greatly, I think is a risk. It is a risk to policing. And I think this actually works more on behalf of the defendant in any case, okay, than the other way around. I have a long list of cases here. Attorney General Trinidad, because I know this is what the argument is, which I find to be very basic and lacks complexity. None of us are against giving the police the powers that they need or the tools that they need. But they also operate within the ambit of a constitution. Mr. Vice President, I continue. In the same subsection 3, and I'm going to raise for you my other issue, which I think we need to close that loop, where it goes on to say, upon which the warrant was executed, the evidence shall be brought before the magistrate granting the warrant or some other magistrate of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, this is good, and on the face of it, it looks fine, except that it does not specify when. we need to close that loop. When should the police bring this evidence before the magistrate? Particularly now that you're giving them, or purported, or wanting to give them authority to seize potential evidence that is not on a search warrant, or for which they did not have lawful entry into the home to take those things. I want to suggest to this Honorable House that perhaps we need to specify the time that they need to bring this evidence before that magistrate, and I want to suggest that it be at least within 48 hours of retrieving such evidence. Now, these are things that should be standardized, okay, throughout, the search warrants in Antigua and Barbuda. Another thing, and let me stop here, because I started by saying that the law around the powers for search warrant and the powers granted to police is spread out amongst a number of legislation. I want to propose to us that we look to properly codify these things in one place. I've been fortunate to have, studied this very issue in the UK context, and they have a code to policing and these things, and it is laid out in the code exactly what needs to be done. So the code will lay out how you apply, and the code will follow throughout the entire process. Because another thing that's missing, Mr. President, is after you retrieve this evidence or potential evidence, what do you do with it? There are questions around retention. How long do you retain it? Returning it. How and when do you retain it, especially if you're not going to use it? Destroying it, if you have made copies, etc., etc. Okay? So, I don't want my point to be missed. And my point is, one, I think that we have not clarified the law. We have broadened it to the extent that it is very unclear and potentially problematic. Two, I am of the view that we require greater judicial oversight, especially if you're going to broaden the law, so that when evidence is retrieved, particularly those that are not specified in a warrant, it needs to be brought before a magistrate, because you did not get a warrant for that. So you need to come back to the magistrate almost immediately. And I'm proposing within 48 hours to say, this is what we found, this is why we think it is important, etc., 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 so that the police is operating with judicial support and judicial supervision. So in closing, the opposition on this side wish to say that we wholeheartedly support policing and police. But we recognize that you don't just make legislation for the good ones among us, or for now. And we are in a particular situation of warrants. That's not new. There are many jurisdictions who have done this work. And I don't see any of them with this language. None. I can't be corrected. All right? The other point I want to make and to reinforce is that judicial support and partnership is needed, particularly when you are dealing with people's constitutional rights. And if we're going to make this law as broad as it is, we need to specify and encode within this law the need for police to come back to magistrates to bring what they have seized or found that they think warrants, that type of power and removal, okay, so that it is not done arbitrarily. And thirdly, that we need to also address what happens to that evidence after. These things are missing. And that is also because, as I've stated, we do not have a codified piece of, legislation or support a code that goes with these things. They are a little bit more complex than what I think this bill does, if it pleases you, Madam President.
Senator Parker, if you could turn off your microphone for me, please. I see two lights down there, Senator Donoghue and Senator St. Louis. Senator St. Louis, I'm going to ask that we allow Senator Donoghue first, since you have given your maiden address already. Thank you, Senator Donoghue.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, this is not the bill I set out, first of all, to speak on, or to give my quote-unquote maiden speech on, but it would be remiss of me not to first point out that we are specifically dealing with the Magistrates' Code of Procedure Amendment Bill, not a police procedure bill. And I understand the concerns that the good senator would have lamented earlier, but I would prefer, if it pleases you, that we stay within the ambits of the bill that is laid on the table today. That way we don't go off on a tangent and we don't convolute the situation, especially for our listening and viewing audience. This is the bill that we're looking at to amend today, and not how police should do their work, not how they should conduct themselves at their job. This is for the magistrate, how they conduct what it is that they will give once the application is made. So, Madam President, that is all I want to say for now. Again, I hope this does not take away from the 30 minutes that you would grant when I officially speak on the bill that I would love to table today.
Speaking again on this bill?
No.
Right, so your 30 minutes is per bill. So that's fine.
So thank you. That is all I would like us to do, just to stay within the parameters and the ambits of the bill that is laid upon the table today.
Okay. All right. Senator St. Louis.
Thank you, Madam President. So I would like to add my contribution to this part of the debate covering the Magistrates' Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026. Let me start by saying this. I think, just like the rest of our countrymen and countrywomen, I am absolutely sick and tired of opening news portals and seeing headlines talking about the different types of crimes in Antigua. And one of the things I want to point out, because this is something I said when I spoke on the last bill, right? One, we have to periodically look at our laws, and two, the reason why we do that is to make sure they evolve with the people. In other words, we're looking to modernize our laws. And you know, it's interesting because just as a country evolves and its people evolves, our crime evolves, criminals evolve. And we have to ensure our laws stay up to speed in order to ensure that our law enforcement officials and our courts can respond appropriately to these risks. And I hear everybody talking about, and I noticed this in the lower house too, speaking about the violation of constitutional rights. Well, first things first, and everybody keep quoting from the same section. The same section very clearly shows we are not violating constitutional rights because the safeguards that were in place before this amendment are still in place today with this amendment. So constitutional rights are not being violated. What is happening, Madam President, is we are seeking to protect the rights of law-abiding citizens, protect the rights of innocent people who are being victimized by these criminals. You know, crime does not stay in its lane. It doesn't stay in the lane anymore. Matter of fact, you know, there's a saying, like a thief in the night. I like to say like a thief in the night. You know, thieves don't move at night anymore, you know. They're not waiting for the sun to go down. They're not trying to sneak around. Right? Criminals now waiting to hide. They don't want to hide. They're very brazen. And again, when you look at our news, you see people walking into people's homes in broad daylight, whether you're there or not. If you're there, they rough you up, they might injure you, they might even kill you. Our laws have to be able to combat these things. Not only that, when you're trying to modernize your laws, one of the important parts, and let me stick to this bill, because this bill talks about search warrants. That is a very effective tool in helping to, 1, prevent a crime, or 2, solve a crime. The language that was limiting our search warrants to larceny and felony is outdated. Those are outdated terminologies. They don't apply to today. An offense is a crime. Any crime committed is wrong. Any crime committed needs to be dealt with. And so that is all they did. All they did is said, come, let me remove this outdated terminology of larceny and felony, and let me say an offense. An offense is a crime. It's a crime. It's a crime. And our police force and our courts know what is a crime. And that is what they're seeking to fight. And I want to go back to the violation thing, the constitutional violation. If I'm saying before and I'm saying again today with this amendment, it must satisfy the magistrate. The information must be given on oath. You can't just walk up in the court in front of the magistrate and say, hi, I just want to search up people's place because I feel like I want to do them. Because I don't like them. No, they have to provide information under oath that proves, that shows that there's a belief, a reasonable belief, that a crime, an offense, a crime has been committed, or is being committed, or is about to be committed. They have to have evidence. The magistrate is not going to just say, because you asked, I give it to you. Again, and let me tell you something about crime and how crime is evolving. You may have somebody who's, I don't know, when I said evolving, somebody who's just a little small-time hustler. Next thing you know, he's a big-time thief. And let me tell you something funny about life. There's a saying where they say, Madam President, there's a saying they say, the first time is the hardest. The first time is the hardest. After that.
You have a point of order, you said?
Yes, Madam President.
What is your point of order, Senator Wenham?
I believe my good friend, Honorable Senator on the other side, might be misrepresenting or perhaps misunderstood. But I'll stick with misrepresenting because that's a point of order, what Senator Park would have said. She didn't say, wasn't referring to the senator. Madam President, when I reviewed the standing orders before I got here, I heard that points of orders were to be heard in silence. Now, I could be mistaken. Madam President, when I go over to points of orders within our...
No, what is your point of order?
No, Madam President, I'm being disturbed and I can't even hear my own side.
Senator, you're being disturbed because there's always going to be the disruption from
I refer to...
Senator.
Yes.
Senator Wenham, what is your point of order, sir?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the silence while I'm saying it. So the point of order is misrepresenting, all right? And
is what, sorry?
Misrepresenting what was said before. That refers to standing order 37.8, all right? So Senator Parker would have referred to offenses, and she even went as far as to say misdemeanors, not crimes. And I believe, as we all know, as you know, Madam Speaker, there is a distinct difference between an offense and a crime. So to say Senator Parker is saying that search warrants can be arbitrarily granted for crimes, and that's what she said. That's not what she's saying. She's speaking about offenses or misdemeanors. We have to be careful we don't catch that.
So they're not
expanding the powers for the search warrant. So I just want this to be clear that you understand. Madam President, again, Section 40, subsection 2 of the standing order says a point of order should... Wait, hold on there. Section 40, subsection 3. A member raising a point of order must put the point succinctly and shall be heard in silence. Shall be heard in silence. Anyway, that is my point of order. There's a difference between offense and crime. I don't see why we're so touched with this today.
I think I've missed...
And the point is that it's misrepresenting.
I think I've missed... I could just step out, you know. It's fine with me. I can step out. Y'all want me to step out? I think I'm missing... I missed something somewhere. You're saying that Senator St. Louis said that Senator Parker referred to a crime as opposed to an offense?
The government side seems to have some serious difficulty with Senator Parker saying that we need to be careful in terms of the broadening of the search warrant powers as it relates to offences.
Your objection, sir.
That's what I'm saying.
Senator
Warner,
Senator Warner, let's get hit down. Are you saying that Senator St. Louis, who's on her feet, said that Senator Parker referenced crime as opposed to an offense? Is it that the general feel of the body? I'm trying to get, what did she say? That is not what she said.
Right, yes, correct.
So Senator St. Louis said crime as opposed to offense.
When referring to Senator Malaika Parker's contribution.
And Senator Parker only said offense and not crime.
And she also equated offenses and crimes. And I just want to be very clear as well, too, that that's not what Senator Parker did as well. That's because that's misrepresenting what Senator Parker is doing. She made a distinction between offenses and crimes.
So the offense here is not, the offense reference in the Magistrates Code of Procedure is not relative to a crime? It's not a criminal offense?
Madam President?
I don't understand. I'm trying to get some clarity, please.
Madam President?
Let's go back. The premise is that the word used is incorrect. In the context of what we're debating,
Madam President,
which is the Magistrates Code
of... the word is incorrect. The word in relation to Senator Parker's contribution, all right, is incorrect. And even though it says offense, it says any offense, which covers all criminal and non-criminal, and we know they are non-criminal offenses. They're civil matters. Civil... Oh, wait, what we pretending as if we don't know these things?
All right, Senator St. Louis. I really don't have the benefit of having heard Senator Parker's presentation. I came in at the tail end. The allegation, the objection is that she did not say crime. She said offense.
Madam President, thank you.
So please do not refer to what Senator Parker would have said as crime, but an offense.
I hope you forgive me. I'm going to look around at my colleagues. Did I quote her? No? Oh, okay, sorry. Let me continue. So where
did I quote? I'm not. What's the response to me? Sorry?
No. I'm asking my fellow colleagues. I was asking my colleagues if I quoted the person. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Let me continue with my...
so you understand that I'm...
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Is that better for you, Senator
Thank you. So I crave your indulgence. Madam President, may I continue? Yes, thank you. Where I was going with this is I wanted to point out that crime does evolve. And as I was saying, that there's a term, they say, there's a line, a saying, they say the first one is the hardest, after that it gets easy. That applies to a lot of things. It also applies to activities by people choosing to do dishonest things, offenses, crimes, anything that is wrong in the eyes of the law. And the first time a person does this, let's say somebody does a little petty crime, steal a little sweetie or something. You steal something from some store, maybe, I don't know, a shirt or something. And they get away with it, and they think, wow, I got away with that. They're going to try it again, because, nobody's stopping me, nobody's catching me. Not only that, especially if I'm profiting or benefiting from this activity, and it grows. And this is well documented. This is not something where you have to dig deep in research to prove that these things happen. We see people who start off as, petty hustlers end up being big-time crooks. We're seeing in the headlines that our thieves, some of them are actually armed. They have weapons. Now imagine, you're the police, and you have your evidence, you have your information that somebody is into stealing, right? You believe that they've been breaking into homes. Somebody caught images of them coming into their homes on their home system. Everybody have cameras now, because guess what? The crime is evolving. So we have to evolve too. And the police, they take it to the magistrate on the oath. They show the information. The magistrate says, yes, I will allow you a search warrant. Before this amendment, right now today, if this is happening today outside, and the police go to that person's house, right, and they find the TV or the whatever that the homeowner is missing, and they catch it on camera, the crime happening. And they see guns. They see illegal guns there because this person may also be into sometimes doing armed robbery. The police have a right to collect those guns along with the stolen items that they found and present them to the court. And now the charges should not just be theft, it should be, well, possession of illegal handguns, right? But it goes on, you know, as I said, crime evolves. A person might be, I don't know, they could be into pedophilia, next thing you know, they're into drugs, they have guns, they're into guns, they're into something else. Imagine you doing a search warrant, you may even start to see, the big thing right now is people are calling you on your cell phone and somehow getting your bank information and whatever. Now imagine I'm a police officer executing a search warrant, I find the TV, I find the whatever is stolen, but I also see on the table a list of names and bank account numbers. This person is not a banker, why they have that information? I should be able to pick that up and submit that to the magistrate. Say, look, this person really has evolved beyond stealing a TV or whatever. So the point I'm saying, what this all comes down to, y'all laughing over, as it comes down to, it's very simple. Our laws have to evolve. They have to stay up to date, especially if they're going to be effective and efficient in fighting crime. If they're going to be effective and efficient in protecting our people, they have to stay up to speed with the issues our people are dealing with. And one of those things is crimes. So, understanding the spirit of this amendment, I 100% support it, 100% support it, Madam President. And I hope eventually those on the other side will too. And that concludes my contribution.
Senator Bueno.
Good day, Madam President. Thank you again. I just rise to make my very brief contribution. I know there are concerns about us being here too late. Contribution to this Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Bill of 2026. Now, in the explanatory memorandum, it says the bill seeks to amend Section 38 of the Magistrates Code of Procedure Act, Cap 255, in relation to the issuing of search warrants and some other things as explained there. Now, I just want to be very clear because there seems to be some confusion and misunderstanding. But this opposition bench here today, Madam President, we are all for fighting crime. We condemn any criminal activities. We are for empowering our law enforcement agencies, not just the Royal Police Force of Antigua and Barbuda, but all other law enforcement crime-fighting agencies, if you will, in terms of giving them the necessary resources, tools, powers needed to legally, constitutionally, and effectively, critically effectively, combat crime in Antigua and Barbuda, which we all can admit has gotten to a point where it's no longer recognizable as to where it was in years gone by. It's not a condemnation or partisan politicking. It's just a situation where we don't want to see our society degrade any further. Now, having said that, Madam President, I just want to reiterate that it is so important that when we as legislators come here in this legislature, we pass laws, we amend laws, that especially as it relates to matters where it could deal with the convicting of criminal elements in our society, we get it right. Because there are defense attorneys out there, Madam President, as you know, who can use laws that are brought and passed through both houses of Parliament that have not been done properly to get their clients off the hook, and they have done it in the past. So we have to be so careful as members of the legislature to ensure that we are thorough in our deliberations. And that is what we're here to do. We're not here to beat down anyone. We're not here to say we want criminals to run free. That is totally against that. So whatever narrative from the other side might come to say that, that is not what we're saying. The position of the opposition was very clearly, concisely, and capably put across by Senator Parker. But I want to highlight just two things based upon what she said. I would really love, as she mentioned, to get some clarity from our drafters as relates to the terminology in terms of place or place. What does it say? Let me read the exact place or places. Right. So it says, I'm reading, Madam President, Clause 3. I think this is before you came in. Clause 3, amendment of Section 38, search warrant. Search warrant, this is 38 now. A magistrate may, if satisfied by information given on oath, grant a search warrant to search any place or places. Now, I know you are a seasoned practitioner of the law, Madam President, but as far as I know in my limited understanding, and Senator Park would have made clear, no Casey, but I'm just saying, based upon normal convention practice, a search warrant is issued and executed on one singular place per search warrant. And until I get that clarification from the drafters, I've never seen that to be any change in that practice. For example, we would have consulted, done our research, we would have spoke with members of the police force, former members of the police force. They would have even given us examples as it relates to the IHI investigation, where they had to get several search warrants. Each search warrant was for a different property. To execute those search warrants is on a former member of parliament. Yeah, simultaneously. They didn't get one search warrant for several properties. So that's some clarification we need there. The next thing that we would love to see, Madam President, is something so important, but it seems simple that Senator Parker, before I sit down, would have mentioned. In terms of the time, a time limit being put before the law enforcement, the way they have to bring the evidence that they seize at that property before the magistrate. Why is that so important? Again, we are all for empowering our police and our law enforcement officers and agencies, but let's make sure the process and the procedures are thorough so there's no falling, seeping between the cracks gray area. Because we all know that sometimes, Madam President, sometimes evidence goes missing and it's reported in the news from the Royal Police Force headquarters. That happens sometimes, unfortunately. And these are things that we would want to put in place to prevent that from happening. I'm not saying it will totally eradicate that situation, but a time limit, as Senator Parker would have recommended, that after the search warrant is executed and evidence is seized, that you bring it before the magistrate within 48 hours. The current wording says, and I'm reading from Clause 3, Section 38, subsection 3, it says, the evidence shall be brought before the magistrate granting the warrant or some other magistrate of Antigua and Barbuda. So that's all it says, the evidence shall be brought. It doesn't have a time limit. So we are recommending 48 hours. Within 48 hours, after the seizure of such evidence, you bring that evidence before the magistrate. And with those simple words, I mean, there were other things that were recommended. There were other things that were recommended by Senator Parker, but I think to avoid repetition, I'll rest there, if it pleases you, Madam Speaker. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think someone wanted to go? No? Any of my colleagues? You wanted to go? I'll yield to Senator O'Neill and then... Sorry, Madam President. I'll yield to Senator O'Neill and then I'll wrap up.
Thank you. You're yielding, you said, Senator Guevara? Senator O'Neill?
Thank you once again, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to lend my full support to the Magistrate Court or Procedure Amendment Bill of 2026. But Madam President, I just want to speak on an issue of what's been happening in Antigua and Barbuda. And as you traverse in Antigua and Barbuda and see what's been happening on the news, there's this sort of new way of doing crime where individuals are now snatching chains from individuals. And they're now seeing crime as a money-making thing. So, Madam President, you find that these criminals are now running conglomerates, businesses, sometimes even workshops selling tools back and reselling it back to the public, Madam President. Madam President, the reason why I'm stating this is because it's important that we capture everything on the one offenses, Madam President, especially things like misdemeanor. Because I would have done some research, Madam President, and simple things that comes on a misdemeanor such as disorderly conduct, petty crime, and vandalism. Madam President, these criminals are simply getting more creative. They're getting smarter. So let's focus on disorderly conduct, Madam President. Let's focus on disorderly conduct, Madam President. And that relates to a situation where there's an altercation between myself and someone else. And they state here that they're going to go home for, I'm going to state it in their cutlass or their firearm, because they're going to kill you. You can't simply take these things simply, Madam President, especially if they capture it on footage. So, Madam President, are you saying that we should just allow that to just get away, and then now, next week or next month, we see that said individual is probably dead on the news? Madam President, take, for instance, vandalism. Vandalism is not simply just graffiti these days. Vandalism, Madam President, situations where persons are using their guns and spraying up your houses too. So, Madam President, when you look at these simple things, this is not an attack on the ordinary citizens of Antigua and Barbuda. This, Madam President, this bill is aiding us, giving us that fist to fight crime, Madam President. Madam President, I'm telling you, growing up is much safer walking around in Antigua and Barbuda as it is now. And we have to find every creative mechanism in fighting crime. And one of the things that centers around this discussion, Madam President, and I would have had the opportunity to speak to a few officers myself, is that whenever you apply for a search warrant as a police officer, you must give reasonable cause to the magistrate, and that magistrate must be satisfied as to why is it exactly you're applying for this said search warrant. So, Madam President, that is something in which that we have to keep in mind. This is not about the ordinary citizens of Antigua and Barbuda. This is about fighting the criminals. Madam President, I would have stated here that criminals are getting more creative. And if you search the web, there are literally individuals that are creating shotguns out of umbrella. They call it like a pop shotgun. So if, for instance, now I get a search warrant to search a house for guns and ammunition, and I see an umbrella under suspicion of how the individual would have been moving on the crime scene, Madam President, the officer can then itemize those items, Madam President, on the reasonable cause, and they would either have to provide a receipt or some sort of ownership to the items that would have been itemized, and to prove that those items are theirs. Madam President, I would have stated before that these criminals are not just seeing crime as just a simple thing. They turn it into business, a lifestyle, a hustle. They're literally running conglomerates. So, Madam President, I would just urge my members on the other side that this is not an attack on the citizens, ordinary citizens of Antigua and Barbuda. This is to fight crime. And as we continue to progress in a progressive society, Madam President, I do agree that continued investment must go into the police officers to ensure that they're better equipped, ensuring that they continue their duties that are carried out in a proper manner, not infringing on the rights of Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, I full-heartedly support any legislation, any bill that is towards fighting crime here in Antigua and Barbuda. So if it pleases you, Madam President, thank you.
Okay, Senator Gavai.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For the life of me, Madam President, I cannot understand how this bill has become a police bill. Madam President, this is the Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill. And Madam President, I know no human being is perfect, but I take serious offense to us as legislators and parliamentarians to really suggest in any way that our law enforcement individuals who go through a 6-month training, and no human being is perfect, none of us, we have all fallen far from grace, Madam President. But I refuse to accept that we are suggesting in any way, whether by interpretation or giving some slight hint, that our law enforcement officers that we have entrusted our lives in will go before a magistrate, you know, Madam President, this is what really ticked me off. It's one thing to say, okay, they can just walk in your house, right? If a warrant was issued arbitrary, according to them, I would understand. But there's a process to receive and to issue a search warrant. The officer has to go before a magistrate, Madam President, and take an oath. It's not like a vow like people marry and they go and marry 3 times and so on, and then they can say, you marry the first time, you go back and you say, I do again, and you tell the person, the next person, you love them and so on, you know. It's not, there's an oath too, but I'm speaking about with our law enforcement officers, Madam President. You're going to tell me, right, that you had your chance, man. Let me talk now. You could defend yourself and don't let Senator Wenner defend you, man. Listen. Rise on a point about if you have something to say. Madam President, as I was saying, right?
Senator Gavaya.
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, let's go.
I have a fundamental issue with us not, and then sometimes we wonder if we can't trust the system and trust our officers to do their work, Madam President. And you know, further, Madam President, you can appeal a search warrant. You can appeal, Madam President. And I did a little research because I wanted to understand, right? Because I've never encountered, I've heard of it, I've never experienced personally, you know, a search warrant being issued around me in my close, you know, space. But to present a search warrant, Madam President, evidence to the court a party should normally put in, 1, the warrant, the application information supporting it, subject to any public interest, evidence of the execution of the warrant. 4, Madam President, an exhibit trail for seized items. 5, disclosure sufficient to allow the other side to understand and, if appropriate, challenge the search, Madam President. Madam President, you know they're offenders of the law consistently. I'm not saying that people can't change, right? But my grandmother and my mother used to say, if you're not there, your name won't call, right? So if you, Madam President, you know this person is always in some break-in, something is happening. You go to the house, right? Yeah, you may go on the grounds for guns and ammunition, but you know this person. They have a plethora of record for breaking in someone's home, right? You go to a house, you see 25 televisions. Madam President, it is cause for concern, and I'm not saying, and this thing about people's constitutional right, you know what bother me? Who protect us, the victims? Right? Who protects us as the victims, Madam President? And this type of mentality about constitutional right, and when we want to use a constitutional right, and when it's appropriate, Madam President, as a government, we have to say, no, absolutely not. We have enough, Madam President. As Senator O'Neill said, Madam President, I watched a video and I couldn't believe. I see they taking a chain off an elderly lady, the poor lady. That is how desperate we have become. So if you walk into a house, and while I hear, I can't say I understand, Madam President, but while I hear what they're trying to suggest, but you walk into a house, you go for guns and ammunition, you see 50 gold chain, 50 televisions, Madam President. It's cause for concern. First of all, where you get those things from. And we know especially, we live in a society now where crime is just a lot, Madam President. And then, Madam President, maybe I'm not an attorney at law, and maybe you can clarify, maybe the legal drafters, but this thing about search warrant for civil offenses, I didn't know that is the thing. Because I tried to Google, I tried to read, I messaged a few of my attorney friends. Search warrant for civil, we know what a civil offense is. For the life of me, maybe it's me, because, right, it's not me. You know you don't require no search warrant for no civil offense. You must stop misleading the people of Antigua and Barbuda, man. You must stop it. Stop it, you don't require no search warrant for a civil offense. You know better. But anyways, I will leave you alone because I understand. I pardon you. I pardon you, I pardon you, I pardon you. Madam President, we ought to respect and appreciate the work of our magistrate, our police officers. And I know sometimes, you know, our police officers, they're not equipped with all of the tools. We're getting better, you know. We are getting better. But we must appreciate the work that our officers go out there every day, because some of us can be police. Sometimes you go out there, your life at risk, Madam President, and we have to appreciate it. And all of us are human, you know. We have our little flaws, but to try to suggest in any way that our officers will go into somebody's house just because, if you weren't there, your name won't be called. Madam President, so Madam President, this bill is not about policing, Madam President. What this bill is trying to do, Madam President, and the bill is clear. The name of the bill itself has nothing at all to do with police. It says the Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026, Madam President. And all we're doing, it's an amendment, Madam President, where before the search warrant focused exclusively on larceny, Madam President, and felony. Exclusively. What we're saying now, it's every offense. Because crime is every offense, not only larceny or felony, Madam President. So you widen it now, right? So that we can, as crime evolve, that we can ensure that our police, you know, they're equipped, Madam President. And also, we added in the clause, subsection 3 of clause 3, Madam President, where evidence of any offense or of an offense identified in a search warrant is found in the place or places upon which the warrant was executed, the evidence shall be brought before the magistrate granting the warrant or some other magistrate of Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President. And Madam President, this ideology that the process after you collect the search warrant changes, talking about, oh, you have to give a specific time. BS, Madam President. Because you know, when you collect these items,
Point of order, point of order, Madam President. On parliamentary language.
What is your point of order? Madam Senator, yes. On parliamentary language, I must uphold that.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President.
You know what it is, right? What the unparliamentary language was.
Not at all,
You don't know what that was? I'm not going to repeat it because it's unparliamentary.
Oh, wonderful, Madam President. I believe it is unparliamentary. We should leave it right there, Madam President. Unparliamentary where it was. So if for any reason I used any unparliamentary language, we'll leave it right where it belongs, Madam President. I will continue, Madam President. Pardon me? I'm leaving it outside because it shouldn't be in here, Madam President. Right where it belongs. Yeah, absolutely, Madam President. You know I'm a law-abiding parliamentarian, Madam President, so certainly, if it belongs outside, and a citizen as well, you know? Wonderful. All right, Madam President. For us to suggest that the process has changed, Madam President, when you go to a house with a search warrant and you collect these items, Madam President, the police has to go to the station, document, itemize all the things, and then press charge, and then wait for the court to give a hearing. That hasn't changed. So for us to come into this honorable house and try to suggest that this Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 is changing the process of everything. It doesn't change. The process doesn't change. The police collects the information, the evidence that they collected from the warrant. They go to the station and they log it in their book, and then they press charges, and then the matter goes before the court. That hasn't changed. So for you to come back here and say, oh, 48 hours, 52 hours, or whatever, you know what the process is. We must not mislead the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, again, before I take my seat, this bill is a timely bill. And what we're doing, Madam President, is that we're equipping the magistrates. It's not about policing. You understand? And we recognize that crime has evolved, and so we have to put the mechanisms in place to combat the crime, Madam President. We are forward-thinking and responsible government. And as time evolves, our laws evolve so that we can keep up with the trend, Madam President. And with those few words, Madam President, if it pleases you, I support this bill in its entirety.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. Madam Clerk.
An act to amend the Magistrate Code of Procedure Act, Cap 255, and for other connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Clause 1, short title.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 38, search warrant.
Madam President.
Yes, Senator?
I think now is the time for us to get the clarification from the drafting team.
About?
Pardon? No, it wasn't made. Goodness. Senator Shaul. Easy.
I can go outside now. What is
yes.
Clarification on what?
Senator Maleka had asked about place and places, and just to get some clarification on, on
Senator,
the law.
Let me just say something. I haven't said it in a while. But when we have amendment bills, it means that there's a principal act.
Yes.
And we need to go back to the principal act and read the interpretation sections.
I have it before me right now.
Okay, so you would have seen offence as well being defined as limited to criminal activity and not civil, as you were proposing, that could be interpreted, right? So if you read the Interpretation Act, you would be able to see what the definition, the interpretation section, you'd better be able to appreciate the amendments, because an amendment, this 3 paragraphs, is not changing, is not a new law. It's inserting and replacing what is existing. So the terminology, like place and places, were already there. And Magistrates Code of Procedure 255, what year was that passed? Long time.
Yes, I'm not...
So place and places, the people who you would have consulted with, in terms of all the expert police officers, past and present, would be able to tell you what the definition of place and places were as well.
That wasn't the question, Madam President.
But that is what you said. That is
no, Madam President. No,
what
Madam
clarity
President.
are you looking for?
Normally, right, based upon normal procedure, a search warrant, I don't know if you can correct me, that's why I'm asking a question. A search warrant is normally issued for a specific property, not several. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
What I'm suggesting to you, Honorable Senator, is that there's nothing here that's different in terms of the terminology, place or places. It is existing in the legislation now.
I understand
so it does not change what is existing in the legislation now.
But even if the legislation now has that, that also could be an error in the existing legislation.
You're going softer. I'm not
sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Right, yes.
So what I was saying is that even if it's in the existing legislation now, that could also be an error in the existing legislation. My question to you is, Madam President, whenever somebody applies, a law enforcement officer, police, or NDCP, whoever it is, they apply for a search warrant, they have to go and swear before the magistrate, give their testimony as to why it is reasonable, for them to be granted a search warrant. They have to list the property or place, if you will, as to where the warrant must be executed. From my understanding, and the question is, isn't it normal procedure, norm convention for a search warrant to be executed on a singular property, or are we saying, as in the language now, the terminology now, that several properties
Senator,
can be listed on a single search warrant?
Well, listen to what I'm saying to you. That is not being amended here. It is not before us in the legislation, right? The question that you're posing should really be posed to the practitioners, because this is not being amended here. Understand me. What is before us is not the issue that you're raising. That's what I'm trying to get. So we wouldn't have the answer to give you because it is not here. That's all I'm telling you. It is not, we have not changed that provision in the legislation.
I understand that, Madam President, but
if you look at Section 38, you have the technology, it's right there.
Madam President, I understand that it was not originally.
Larceny and felony have been removed from subsection 1 and has been replaced with such offense.
Madam President, I understand that it was not up for amendment on the original
and
bill
so,
brought.
as a result, it is not within our remit to deal with at this time. That is what I'm suggesting to you, because we cannot just amend in this Section 38 and the whole legislation deal with place or places. Understand what I'm saying? It is not before us for debate.
Very well, very well.
Place or places is existing, right, in the legislative framework, in the Section 38, and it's not being amended. If it was amended and we're changing it to place, and then you ask why place and not places, then we could do it, but it's not being amended. I don't know much more else I can say. Let's move on. Senator Malika Parker, what is your concern?
For academic purposes, as a legislator, as I am here, for intellectual purposes, the place or places, the warrant can be, because it's not defined in the Act. At least I didn't see it. Okay? So, since the drafters are here, can you tell me if one search warrant can be executed on multiple places?
Right. So, again, in looking at the way that the provision is phrased, it is given the scope for and what is in law currently, which is within the same Cap 255. A police officer, if they are going to be seeking a search warrant for a premises, they will have to put forward the reason, the grounds for said search warrant. If what they are seeking is in multiple locations, they will have to put forward that reasonable grounds for each one. Whether or not it is something that is done commonly or maybe in practice now often, the point is the power is there for the magistrate to give a search warrant which may cover more than one location if they have gotten the relevant information from the police that this is something that we need to put forward a search warrant which covers these locations. So it's a power that the magistrate has.
So one search warrant can go to 5 places?
It can, but the point is it is something that the police will have to provide information for each property. Each location has to have that information to support why we are granting this search warrant.
Not even the search warrant form allows that. As far as that, you'd have to issue a separate search warrant for each place.
That is fine, but what I'm saying is that the provision as it is framed now, it allows for the magistrate to have that power. As from since Cap 255 to this present amendment, that power is there for one to be done so. Okay.
Okay, and I'm saying again that that is a practical issue that is outside the remit of what we're dealing with now. And so I encourage the members of both houses, of both sides, and the independent senator and Barbuda to dialogue with the police commissioner if you need to go through the process with them to understand how it is effected. And I'm going to say again that that is the role of the scrutiny committee. Insofar as our legislative framework is concerned, if you don't understand the legislation, how it works in practice, that we get to go in and see how it works in practice, and then we're better able to say that we need to make an amendment here, there, or everywhere. But as it stands now, since that is not being addressed in this amendment bill, we can move on.
So I read 3 already, so you just...
The question is, what did clause be? Clause 3 stands a part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands a part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. What date is today, Madam Clerk? What date is today? This House will now resume its sitting. Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm pleased, very pleased, to report that the bill, shortly entitled, Madam President, the Magistrates Code Procedure Amendment Bill 2026, has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
I second the motion, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that the reports of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled Magistrate Court Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Second the motion, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Green. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time. Madam Clerk.
An act to amend the Magistrate Code of Procedure Act, Cap 255, and for other connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. Senator Guevara, Electronic Crimes Bill.
Thank you so very much, Madam President. The Electronic Crimes Bill. Madam President, I am hopeful that this is not a contentious bill at all, Madam President, because these bills are 1 and 2 pages, Madam President. But I'm pleased, we are appointed here to do the work of the people. So irrespective of the time, Madam President, we will proceed notwithstanding. Madam President, this, and it's a simple amendment, again, Madam President, but this one amendment, Madam President, has the power to significantly improve the administration of justice and strengthen our national security and protect innocent citizens, Madam President. Madam President, technology has transformed so much. I remember, and this is why crime and electronic crime has evolved, because I remember the days of BlackBerry, and you used to send those pings, I also remember the days of Messenger and Outlook when we didn't have WhatsApp, where we would communicate, but right now, we have evolved, Madam President. Madam President, 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, if a criminal wanted to steal money, they would probably often use a weapon, a getaway vehicle, and physical access to a bank or business. But right now, they can do it electronically. Madam President, I have known of so many victims. In fact, there were these individuals, and I'm sorry to mention the nationality, but they would have like an African accent that they would call you from a variety of cell phone numbers. And they would say to you that, and what they would do, first, because everyone knows I'm a member of JCI, and other groups, they would probably hack into one person's phone, and they get into the groups that you are part of. And I could never forget that one time, one of them sent a message and said, oh, Chanel, I knew my name fully well, knew my position in the organization at the time I was serving as Executive Vice President. There's a meeting that is coming up on Thursday at this time. Join the Zoom link. I'm going to send you a code. But, something told me, I'm like, but I'm the EVP. I would know when we're having a meeting. So that kind of threw me off because I'm like, what is going to happen? I also remember one of my close colleagues, who I don't really want to mention her name right now, she was a victim where someone sent a message saying that they're in need of financial assistance. And she found it so strange because this person is not someone who would reach out, ordinarily, and she recognized that they're asking for assistance. So she went and submitted her card information via that link, and she lost thousands of dollars, Madam President, and it took her forever to get back her money from the bank because they had to do this investigation. She had all of the evidence to indicate what the number is, who the service provider is, and she couldn't get nowhere. I think it took about 9, 10, 11 months. And, you know, she was indicating that that money was specifically to be used for something else, and you don't get it back. You know what I mean, Madam President? So this electronic crime amendment bill, Madam President, is really, and like we would have mentioned in the previous two legislation that came before this Honorable House, we have to evolve, Madam President. No longer are people breaking in. Crime is happening over the computer, over the phone, in a click of a finger, Madam President. So you're here sitting down, someone sends you a code innocently. Can you imagine an elderly person gets a message? And this is why, and I remembered specifically, when Social Security made the adjustment where they're making, you know, to access your pension a lot easier, where you could send a message via WhatsApp with your ID, etc. A lot of people were scared, and they wanted to know whether or not it was true, because people have been victim of these electronic crimes, Madam President. Madam President, and what this bill really seems to do, and in terms of the interpretation, Madam President, amendment of Section 18, the production order. So production order, Madam President, what it does, this bill lets you know who may be compelled to provide the information, how, Madam President, the information should be produced, and what safeguard should exist, Madam President. And what I really, really love is the penalty for the individuals who do not comply, Madam President. Because sometimes you want to get a little information from the service provider, and even our law enforcement officers, they have it so difficult. You see a police coming, there's a case that is ongoing, and they tell you, oh, we have to speak to our counterpart in Canada, in Europe, or wherever they are, so that they could assist with solving an electronic crime, Madam President. But, Madam President, I will go through the production order. 1, Clause 3, Section 18, subsection 1, Madam President, if the disclosure of data is required for the purpose of a criminal investigation or the prosecution of an offense, a police officer, an officer of the ONDCP, or any other law enforcement officer, I assume immigration officer, etc., Madam President, shall apply to a magistrate or judge in chambers for an order compelling. So again, this is not arbitrary. This is not that they're just going to take up and police is going to intrude on people's constitutional rights, Madam President. This is not, again, the interpretation is clear, Madam President. Of course, they would have to apply, again, to a magistrate or judge, Madam President. It goes on to say that a person who is in possession or control of specified data, which is stored on an electronic system to produce the data or other computer output to the police or law enforcement officer, or a service provider, its directors, managers, other officers, and supervisors. And I really like this, Madam President, because I'm sure, and you've heard the stories, I had a friend who experienced something, and at the time, she reported the matter to the police, and the police went to the business place, and the supervisor, you know, says, oh, I can't provide that information. I have to wait until the manager returns, right? My colleague would have asked the officer at the time, when would the manager return? She's on maternity leave, Madam President. And the supervisor, you know how long maternity leave is. They don't put someone in place, and this person is there waiting. You understand? So I like that it specifies not only a manager, but other officers. And other officers is not necessarily specific, because you're an officer within that specific business. Right, Madam President? So you too ought to provide that information. Section 2, where any material to which an investigation relates consists of data stored in an electronic system, cloud storage service, disk, cassette, microfilm, or preserved by any mechanical or electronic device, the request shall be deemed to require the person upon whom the order is served to produce or give access to the material in a form and manner in which it can be taken away and which is visible, Madam President. I had a cousin who went to a statutory corporation in Antigua to pay for a service, Madam President. And when he went home, I think it was a month later, he explained to me that he saw a lot of Shein orders, right? He didn't give anybody his card, up to $5,000, right, from Shein. And he tried to do his own investigation, of course, reported the matter to the police. The police went to that specific statutory corporation and round and round and ring around a rosy, Madam President, so much to get the information for about 6 months, right? My cousin ended up, doing his own little, because sometimes we assist our law enforcement officers, with their work, of course, because one hand can't clap, Madam President, and to discover that he gave the card information, he gave his card, rather, for them to swipe the card to charge for a service, and the teller reception or the customer service person who he gave the card to ended up going on Shein and made $5,000 worth of purchases, Madam President. But it took so long, run around, even at the time it was a police. It's not the regular person calling to say, okay, my card was hacked, I was at your specific institution at this time. It was a police officer, and even then, it was so difficult to get information, Madam President, right? And then it goes on, subsection 3, a production order granted under subsection 1A shall describe the data or other computer output to which it relates. B, shall specify the time, which is very important, because we like to say things are arbitrary around here. So, it says in subsection 3B, shall specify the time by which the order is to be compiled with, being a reasonable time in all circumstances, Madam President. And of course, I guess the magistrate will determine what the specified time will be, Madam President. Madam President, it goes on, subsection 4, a magistrate or judge before whom an application is made for a production order or any ancillary order shall, A, take into account the nature and extent of the information in addition to the data that is being provided, any adverse effect that complying with the order might have on lawful businesses carried on by the person to whom the order is addressed, Madam President. Madam President, subsection 5A, and B, I really love it, Madam President, the penalty. Because too many times these companies believe that, our police officers out there, they're trying to solve crime, trying to assist individuals who have been victims. Madam President, I thank God, I remember one of my colleagues, she got hacked from WhatsApp. She received a code about for a week. She didn't have WhatsApp and all that. And I said, boy, I don't know if I could survive without WhatsApp for a day. I thank God for his mercies, Oh man, I'm not so bad, that 5 minutes. But, innocent victim thought it was some link, something going around, and this is why, sometimes they have this thing, or if you like this page, you win a trip, you don't even know, Madam President, they're becoming so clever and so wise, and technology has become so advanced that we have to protect ourselves, Madam President. And what I love is that there's a penalty for those who refuse to comply, Madam President. And it says, subsection 5, Madam President, a person commits an offense if the person fails without reasonable, and I like the words that they use here, Madam President, without reasonable excuse to comply with the production order within the time specified in the order. So, Madam President, you just can't have an order and say the order is for 1 month or just for a year. Just open. I like that the order will give a specific time as determined by the magistrate. Of course, when you go and you indicate that you're going to get the production order and you state your case, the magistrate will then determine the amount of time that would be required based on, I guess, the submission that you provide, Madam President. And it goes on to say that specified in the order and is liable, A, in accordance with the notice endorsed thereon, to a fine not exceeding $5,000. And the $5,000 don't stop there now, Madam President. For each day. So you come Monday and you want to give me the evidence, $5,000. Tuesday, $10,000. Wednesday, $15,000. By the time the week finished, Madam President, about $25,000. I don't know if there's any specificity of the weekends, if weekend is included or whatever, Madam President, but they must recognize that as a responsible government, we are here to combat crime of all sorts, Madam President, including electronic crime, which is the biggest crime right now. I remember one of my friend's mother, because I've been around so many of them who have been caught. She said she was on, and let me tell you, Madam President, it goes so far as to go to the people of God, They have a Bible study group, Madam President, of all places. Oh my. My grandmother used to tell me, touch not the Lord's anointed. They gone into the people Bible study group, Madam President, and was inviting them, playing worry with God, suggesting that they come into the worship meeting because they have a prayer club where they, share scripture, explain the Bible and so on. And they would have group chats and said one Sunday afternoon. And because they have inserted themselves so much in what they do, they're very calculated, Madam President, right? So sometimes people become victims innocently because it's not just arbitrary that they just decide. So they get into your space, they understand, okay, you're a member of this organization, this is what you normally do, and so they get into that space. And she was telling me that her mom clicked a code and she joined this prayer club. And then they were saying that they had some refugees in a specific country that they wanted to help out. And the Christian and the loving, and so she got so excited and so on, and she sent it, right? And she never realized that it was a hack or anything, because in her mind she's thinking, it's the work of God, we helping out people and so on, so everything went well. It didn't stop there, Madam President. That was one. So she probably waiting to see if, okay, maybe she not, because in your pay group you don't expect nothing, You say you're going to give a blessing. It's just like when you throw tithes and offering. You don't look for a receipt, you look for God's blessing, right? Anyhow, Madam President, they then sent something about the group is now going on a world tour, right? And they're going to be supplying relief items to these same refugees. And so she then sent the money, and they did it in increments, Madam President, and, sent the money. First, they said that you have to pay a registration fee. I can't remember the exact, I was trying to message my friend just before. I can't remember the exact fee, but they were saying that you need to pay the registration fee. So, of course, woman of God, happy, so she paid the registration fee. Can't remember what that amount was. She paid the registration fee, and they sent a confirmation that you're registered, right? And I felt so bad for her, because I'm saying, like me now, I would have investigated, but people are different. And you're not thinking that somebody is going to come into that space, right? Because I would need to know, I would go on Facebook and all over and search if this thing is really happening. I would ask somebody in the group chat, that we're part of, hey, are you going to this particular thing? Are you in? But she didn't, right? And I can't fault her, Madam President, because these people are becoming so clever. So she paid the registration fee, Madam President. Flag 1, right? Red flag already. She paid that, and he sent a receipt, an invoice, saying that your process has been paid in this amount. So she keep it. Elderly folks keep their evidence and so on. Next step was to secure the airline ticket now. And so she then went and paid the airline ticket, Madam President. Flag 2, right? Next step now was to pay the hotel accommodation. Right? And this is when she investigated and then recognized that it wasn't true. When it was time to pay the hotel accommodation, her bank declined the transaction. Thank God for the bank. Sometimes you try to do transactions if it's over a certain amount, or if the bank is not familiar with the company, they're gonna, and sometimes now the bank is protecting us a little more, where you have to, when you make a purchase, even on Amazon, it sends a code to your phone if you set it up, and you have to confirm the purchase. So the bank declined the transaction, and the person called her and said, oh, your card did not go through, right? So then she called the bank and said, well, I am going to this particular place, and so, open. And the bank was, they were little, because I guess you can't disclose certain information. But the bank was asking her if she's sure, because they had a report of someone who indicated that they're going to this place in Africa that didn't exist. And she was telling the bank, yes, it's in our prayer group and, all kind of things. And then there's some form that she had to sign because, poor lady, flag 3, the bank even gave a little hint and so on, but you can't tell the bank what to do. Your bank can't tell you what to do with your money. So she decided she's going to do that. Madam President, poor lady now, time to travel, right? Time to travel. Ladies excited. I can't remember where they were going. I think it's somewhere in Eastern Africa, right? And time to travel on the day of. When she got to the airport, she was supposed to take at the time, because she wanted, the fees were a little cheaper to go through the US, even though the route would have been longer. When she got to JetBlue at the time, they said there was no booking for her. And, she was flabbergasted. She said, but look, she's showing all the evidence. And, each, airline, they have a specific amount of number, or it starts with a particular code. So you would know, like if MoneyGram, it's 8 digits or 9 or whatever. And Madam President, when she went to the airport, partner, lady ready to go worship her Jesus, enjoy her refugee camp and everything. When she went to the airport, Madam President, no booking. So she going on and on, decent lady, And her daughter was telling me the story. She going on and on with JetBlue, but I paid. Look, my card, she pulled up her app from the financial institution to show that she paid. She's showing the receipt, and JetBlue is saying, we have no booking here for you. There was a number that was messaging her, right? So she tried to WhatsApp the number, been calling, nothing. Madam President, can't get the number no longer because they're clever, Madam President, I don't know how they get these numbers. They call you from one number right now, 5 minutes later. Next second, they call you from another number. I don't know how they have these. It's like they have these numbers in rotation, and if they don't get you from anywhere, she tried to call the number, she didn't get through. She said, that maybe this was a sign that she wasn't supposed to go. Anyways, when she got home, she spoke with her daughter and stuff, and they recognized that it was a hack. And she lost thousands of dollars because when she checked her bank account now, thinking that she was doing the work of God, Madam President, she recognized that every week they were taking money off of account because she didn't realize that there was a box, apparently, a checkbox that you take to subscribe, that you can take money weekly, Madam President, and she lost so much. And even right now, she said she took the matter to the police. She tried to do everything, but and I think now they're trying to bring some closure to it, Madam President. But too many times, innocent people. I listened to the lower house and I heard the Minister of Education was speaking about his experience, and I have friends who are close to me as well, who have been, victims of this. I, to myself, Madam President, one time, while I travel, from time to time, they called me one time and said if I booked a ticket on some airline to some far place that I've never been to, and I found it very strange. And so immediately the bank brought it to my attention, because they sent an email saying they couldn't get me via telephone call, and they sent an email indicating that they noticed a transaction. And I want to commend the bank for when they do, things like that, assist us to be a little more vigilant. And they asked me whether or not I purchased that transaction, and I said no, at which time they told me that my card was compromised and they're going to block the card and they will issue a new card. And I was so grateful for that because I did not know at the time that transaction was, because it's not every day you wake up, you decide to go and check your account. So I was so happy that the bank told me that, because imagine what they would have done. So they stopped the transaction, so that did not go through, Madam President. And there are many other people who are victims. They find so many creative ways, and I find that they intrude so much in your personal space. You feel as if, like, how did you get here, Madam President? And so these are the type of legislations. We're forward-thinking government, Madam President, and we're doing everything, Madam President, to eradicate crime out of this country. Because, I mean, before, to get people money, they're breaking people's homes, they try to rob. Now it's the click of a fingertip. You don't even need a computer, a cell phone, Madam President. You're here today with your money, tomorrow it's gone. For a transaction that you didn't authorize, Madam President. And I've known too many people. I remember I was getting random messages because there was a time when these hackers were on the loose, Madam President. And it was insane. Everybody who you call, their phone, they have to change their number, somebody hack into them, Madam President. It has become increasingly too much. Even right now, even on Facebook, I see people are posting that they just receive a call from... And you know, sometimes you catch it on, because I have made it my business to learn the numbers that matches the various telephone providers. So I know if it's 779, it's a Flow. If it's 775, it's an APWay. If it's 722, I know it's a Digicel, and so on and so forth. So when you're going to call me from, let's say, a Digicel number and say, hi, I'm calling from Flow, right? But I've made it my business to familiarize myself with the first three numbers of these cell phone providers. And if you call from a 560, it's a home number, a 481 or whatever, it's a business number. But everybody, you know, have not necessarily familiarized themselves like that, Madam President. So we are putting legislation in place to protect people and to ensure that when the law enforcement comes to assist with solving these electronic crime, you know, that it doesn't take forever. Sometimes we blame police officers. I always hear people, police now do their work. And so long I provide this report, and I'm waiting on this evidence. But the police is waiting on the companies to provide the information. They can't do anything. You made the report. The police would have gone out there and tried to visit the telephone providers and or the financial institution, and they can't get any information. And then we start to curse the police officers. Oh, they're not thinking. I made my report since 3 months ago. I'm not hearing anything. So I really like, Madam President, the penalty that is outlined in Clause 3, subsection 5A. You know, $5,000 for every day. Not just one $5,000, not so for every day. So if you waste more time, more money. You understand? Because, I mean, your victim, someone has intruded on your space, your financial space, Madam President, you get nothing for it. And then I love subsection C of section 5, Madam President, on conviction to a fine not exceeding $1 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years or to both, Madam President. We are sending a serious message as a government, Madam President, that we have absolutely no tolerance for crime, Madam President. And so, with those few words, Madam President, I commend the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 to this Honorable House, and I hope that this legislation will serve as a way to dissuade individuals who engage in electronic crime and allow innocent people, you know, to suffer and lose everything. Can you imagine a pensioner, like a savings, everything gone, you know, because of an electronic crime? And so, Madam President, I support this bill in its entirety. It's a forward-thinking bill, Madam President, and we recognize as technology evolves, we got to evolve too. Criminals are evolving, crime is evolving, right, Madam President? And so with these words, Madam President, I commend this bill to this Honorable House, and I fully support it, if it pleases you.
Madam President, I beg to second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Senator Rain. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is a progressive piece of legislation, and this is also an illustration of our laws responding to litigation, particularly litigation along constitutional rights, because we are actually playing catch-up in this piece of amendment. And there have been a number of cases, as I would have referenced others, in the Magistrate Code of Procedure Bill where electronic crimes are concerned. And I want you to know that generally the defendants have won based on constitutional premises and the limitation that was in the law. So I commend the government for taking this step to rectify that. Before I go into the legislation itself, I just want to, for the benefit of the members of this House, to illustrate what I mean. Now, I have known for some time this case, one of the leading cases, which is Brandt. I think is the Queen versus Brandt, David Brandt in Montserrat. And our lawyers here and other places in the region have used that case a lot in challenging the access of police to electronic data on constitutional grounds, and they have won. So in the Brandt litigation, it demonstrated and solidified that seizing an electronic device is not the same as searching its contents. That litigation underscored the need for clear statutory guidance on digital examinations, on judicial oversight, rather than leaving those issues to be resolved by constitutional litigation, which is what was happening. That's my point. Again. And then we have another case, Myland. This is a Grenadian case. And the reasoning in Myland was that electronic devices contain immense quantities of deeply personal information. Digital searches, therefore, require greater judicial scrutiny, again my point, than ordinary searches of physical objects. And there are more. I'm starting there because I'm making the point that judicial oversight is important. And what we write into our laws, as well-intentioned as we might be, must consider constitutional rights, because it's not greater. And people will challenge the very police who we seek to empower, and they will win, and they have been winning. So I commend this bill in now seeking to address that and cut off that channel from the criminals. As is said, and as we know, cybercrime is evolving so quickly, and it's so people bright. Oh my God, people bright. And so the ingenuity, creativity, etc. of our criminals and those who use cybercrime and electronic crimes have sped up, okay? So this legislation is seeking to play catch-up and to properly empower the police so that they can be effective when they do their work. So what are the things I want to commend and highlight here? Now, the first section 3, which is, section 18 of the Principal Act, is speaking about a production order. And it is by way of the production order that we are seeking to legitimize the police doing this type of work. And so, colleagues, the distinction here that must be made and appreciated, as I stated in reference in these pieces of precedent, is that a search is different from a seizure. So you can seize an item, but that don't mean you have the right to search it. So this bill, because before that, police was taking people's devices, whether it's phone or computer, etc., and they think that by virtue of seizure, they had the right to search. And that was being challenged, and we were losing. So by production order, which is, quote unquote, like a warrant, they now have the opportunity to go back before a magistrate and say, I've seized this thing, I want permission to go in. Or, even before they seize, they want to be able to say, we're going to go to this service provider or to this place or to Jamila's computer, because we already have enough reasonable grounds to do so for that data. That's what is happening here. Now, it is important as well that we appreciate that electronic data and evidence is very broad. It is very broad, especially, as I hold this iPhone in my hand. The danger here is that a production order, Madam President, is generally even more intrusive than a search warrant, just by virtue of what it is. And so, even though we are seeking to do this thing, again, Malika is cautioning, and I'm saying that we must balance this power with the proper safeguards on both sides. So when you take up my iPhone and you decide that you want to search it for whatever reason, you literally, all of us, have access to our lives. Like your whole entire life could be on this phone. Not just your WhatsApp, but you have your emails, your banking information, your health information, correspondence with your lawyer or any other, legal entity, etc., etc. It is very intrusive. It's more intrusive than a search warrant. And that is why I want to commend this bill. I'm going to go a little forward. I want to start with my commendation. I really like Section 3 and Section 4 of this bill because it is seeking to balance the police power with judicial oversight. And what does it say? The production order shall describe the data or other computer output to which it relates. It must be specific. It is very limiting. You can't just get a production order to say, I'm going to search Malika phone, or I'm going to search Jonathan's computer. The data that you're looking for must be properly stated to the magistrate, and where possible, and by extension, the app or apps, okay, it doesn't say so here, but I'm following logically, where you expect to find this information. And that is where you have to search, just with the same concept of a search warrant, okay? So I like that, because that is good law. I also like where it says that it shall specify the time by which the order is to be complied with, being a reasonable time in all the circumstances. So, when you come before the magistrate and you get a production order, you don't go to sleep or you don't execute it whenever you like. It is time sensitive. Of course, you can time it for maximum effect and for maximum investigative impact. And we expect our law enforcement to do that. But the requirement that it be time specific is also a good safeguard. Then C says it shall contain a penal notice. That is self-explanatory, and so for whoever it is served upon, you must know if you do not produce this information within a certain amount of time, there are penalties. I support that. It then says it may require the person to whom it is addressed to keep secret the contents and the existence of the order. In this little society, and nigger business memelippy society we have here, this is important because information going out ahead of the police can obviously be instructive. It can cause people to hide evidence, dump evidence, etc., etc. So when you get a production order, it's going to tell you, you are sworn to secrecy. That is good. Okay? Of course, all right? Of course, because your evidence is supposed to go before a jury, etc., etc., as Senator Jonathan is reminding me. It is, all of this is to strengthen, all of these procedures is to strengthen the work of the police. Section 4 is the section I like most, and I think it is the strongest provision in this bill. And it says that a magistrate or judge before whom an application is made for a production order or any ancillary order shall take into account the extent and nature of any information, in addition to the data or computer output requested by the police or other law enforcement officer that is likely to be disclosed as a result of compliance with the production order. This, again, is judicial oversight. You know what this is saying? That when you come before the judge or the magistrate, which is the point Maleka was making in the last bill, the judge now has to make that assessment, okay? How much power they're going to give the police in doing that work. And it is the judge or the magistrate that's going to decide what they think is sufficient access in all the circumstances. And that is good law. It is a safeguard. Subsection 2 says that any adverse effect, so this is what the judge must also take into account, any adverse effect that complying with the order might have on any lawful business carried on by the person to whom the order is addressed. Again, they're looking 360 at the entire situation. So this section, which is why I love it, is touching on some key principles, key legal principles, which we have to do, and which we should do. Is it necessary? Right, which is a legal principle, the necessity of it, and I expect that the police will have to say, this is the only way we can get this information. So it is necessary for me to be this intrusive. Because again, we are talking about constitutional rights, and we have to validate why we need to go there, okay? The other legal principle is proportionality, which is an important legal principle that the judge is going to tell you how far you can go, right? And time limits and all of that. Then the issue of secrecy. No. What I wanted to mention here is the issue of protection of third parties. And I wasn't sure, drafters, if in section 2 or subsection 2, it was pointing in that direction. Because when you go to mine people's data or to harvest data, you will encounter third-party information, whether you're doing it on my device or you're doing it at a service provider. And so I think my notation here was because I felt the bill was a little quiet on that, and that was an area that I thought needed more clarification. Okay? So I like this bill, as I said, because it is seeking to balance us keeping up with the cyber criminals and the electronic crimes with safeguards. Now, what am I not so impressed about? I want to go back to the first section. I noticed in the lower house, and I commend them, that 18.1, where it says, if the disclosure of data is required for the purpose of criminal investigation or the prosecution of an offense, a police officer, officer of ONDCP, or other law enforcement officer shall apply to the magistrate or judge. Now, I actually thought that the bill, which was a discussion I kind of grasped in the lower house, that we were saying that we needed to specify the law enforcement agencies that could apply for production order. I actually agree with that. I saw that ONDCP was added, but I think that it is still quite open when we say or other law enforcement officer. And I know the question was asked in the lower house who it would apply to, because we know there are other law enforcement agencies, you know. We have customs, we have immigration, etc. I kind of feel we need to specify, who can apply for a production order. The police, yes, ONDCP, we make the connections there, but I didn't like that we still had or other law enforcement officer, because that is quite broad. That could include, as I said, Port Authority, customs, immigration, you know. I think that's quite broad. Then A of that same section, a person who is in possession, well, it speaks to a person and then it speaks to a service provider. So the production order can be served on a person and on a service provider. Where it is served on a person, I understand that people have the right not to incriminate themselves, okay? So even if you bring a production order to a person, and this again, I would like some clarity on. You come to me and you say, I need to have access to your phone. If I choose not to grant access on the basis of my right not to self-incriminate, in fact, when you go and apply for a production order to a magistrate or judge, they can, and they sometimes do in other jurisdictions, deny the production order on the basis that this person has a right not to incriminate themselves. So when I link drafters, this subsection here, where you can serve it on a person in possession of the information you want, where it now speaks to the penalties. So bear with me, because I have to map the two things together for you to get my point, right? Where it speaks now to the penalties, so this is now section 5. It says, a person commits an offense if the person fails without reasonable excuse to comply with the production order within the time specified in the order. I know that a lot of focus has been on service providers, very narrowly, and I'm going to come back to that. But are those two things linked? You will answer me after. If I choose not to open my phone or give you access to my cloud storage, based on my right not to self-incriminate, is Section 5 triggered for a person? Because it says a person. It didn't say the service provider commits an offense. And so I need a little clarity on that. Okay? Now I'm jumping back to the first section. So you can serve it on a person, and you can serve it on a service provider. And in subsection B, it says a service provider, look, this is what it's saying. You can serve it on a service provider, its directors, managers, and other officers and supervisors to produce the data. Okay? And then we know that there's the discussion that they then become liable if they fail to do so. I want to categorically state my objection to that. As we know, a corporate entity, as will be the service providers, is a person in law. It is a separate legal person, that corporate entity. And I think that any penalties should be to the service provider, as is its legal domain. I do believe that extending it to managers, even supervisors, and other officers is very broad and it's dangerous. Employees, we know, are vicariously liable in law already. Whatever they do or do not do is the business of the company. And I think it is the company in law that you should be dealing with. When we begin to pull back the veil of the company and to go down into operational and administrative things, I think we are getting into murky waters and we are using too much time for that. We don't need to do that. Because what is going to be our basis? You're going to go down there for their procedure, which manager is responsible for what? Oh, I gave it to her, she didn't do it in time. Oh, I was waiting. As the Attorney General says, they sometimes say they're waiting on head office, or all of those things I find are unnecessary. If a member of staff fails in their duty, that is the responsibility of the corporate entity. And it is there, I believe, our conversation should be all the time. In fact, I think it would be a waste of police time and resources to have to do all of that digging and sifting of who is responsible for what. The production order is served on the company as a legal entity. That's whose name will be on the production order. It's not going to say Jonathan Wenner working at Digicel. It's going to say Digicel. And I think that is where we should live. So I want to just state my objection to that. I think we should just deal with the corporate entity in totality. On the issue of secrecy, which is now Section 3, I commended the inclusion of the secrecy section, but I also want to say that I think that it needed to have a timeline. And the reading that I've done of other legislation, the secrecy has a sunset, an expiration date. So it's not infinite. It should be sufficient, obviously, for the police to conduct their investigation with that protection. Right? Right. And as my colleague here is saying, if you want an extension, you make a representation to the magistrate. I agree with that, because again, you have judicial oversight of that process. So I want to posit here that we have a timeline for the secrecy clause. I mentioned already the issue of protecting third parties. Perhaps it is in the body of the Act, I don't know, but I do know as we are codifying this and we have access to thousands of pieces of data, that's what you will find, that's how data work. All right? You're going to have third parties who are not a part of this, and I think it is important that we state how their data, how their information will be treated. All right? The penalty section, let's jump back to that in Clause 5. I do not have a feeling either way in terms of the fine of $100,000 on an entity that does not cooperate with the police. I don't know what the figure is based on, and I have to say that I'm very neutral. However, I do find $5,000 a day to be extremely excessive. And I don't even know how we are justifying that. And comparatively, you know, what is the guidance? What is the guidance with that, like, in terms of law? What is the consistency? Because I find it to be excessive. And if we are going to be so heavy on the fines, Madam President, both the daily fine and the potential fine of $1 million and imprisonment, I think that it might be important for us to consider the available defenses, even in this Act, germane to this section for service provider, because delays can happen for justifiable reasons, etc. And I believe that, you know, putting a penalty without certain ability in law for people to have available defenses which have been looked at this House might not be the best way, and I think that's another safeguard that we should close. And so, Madam President, I will leave it there for now and just make it pellucid that we agree and endorse the broad objective and the movement of our legislation in this direction. I commend, and that will be forever my sticking point, the marriage of police powers with judicial oversight. That is how we build a fairer democracy. But I do think the few safeguards which I mentioned, we can look at tightening it a bit further, if it pleases you, Madam President.
Senator Donoghue.
Thank you.
Senator Parker, if you could turn off your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, when I first drafted or crafted what my notes would look like, it had good morning, but looking at the time, allow me to say good evening. or good night. And hopefully it's not going to be good night. I would not want to have Miss Small having to find coffee and tea for the house. But good evening, and thank you so very much. This will be my first official approach to the chamber, so allow me to follow in the steps of my fellow senators by expressing gratitude to the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Gaston Brown, and the honorifics. I will repeat again, so hopefully moving forward we can honor those honorifics, as in the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Gaston Brown. I want to thank him and the cabinet colleagues and the wider membership within the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party for reposing that level of confidence and faith in my ability to stand here among all of the other senators. And of course, to all of my friends and family, to my mother, my father, and my daughters, who I know are happy they were home from school. School is now on vacation, and they would have been glued to the TV, but perhaps they would have taken their evening nap by now to see Mommy, of course, grace the house. Of course, I also want to thank my media colleagues. I am coming from a very strong media background, and when appointed this particular position, the very first set of persons who reached out were members of the media, and all they asked is for Angelica to continue providing that level of clarity and fairness in everything I say and do, and that is exactly what I expect to do. Now, I am known growing up to be quite a chatterbox throughout my schooling. That has been very consistent in everything my teachers would put in my report card. Angelica does her work, but talks too much. Well, the talking too much has landed me here, so to all of my teachers, the joke is on you. But I say all this to say, Madam President, that while I serve my tenure here, I may not know everything all of the time, but I can give 3 very solid commitments to this House, and that is, of course, to always be prepared, and not just to speak because there's a microphone in front of me. To always be clear in everything that I say, because clarity allows us not to convolute information, and I know some of us will have a propensity to produce mis- and disinformation. I can promise this House and to the wider public that that will not be the case. And of course, accessibility, because how can we help to produce laws if our citizenry may not know what these laws are? And if our citizens cannot understand the laws that govern them, then we as legislators as well, we will still have a lot more work to be done. Now, I know because it is the evening time, I'm going to try and do something that I've never been known to do, and that is to be brief in what I have to say. So, Madam President, while there are many important bills that are laid on the table today, allow me to lend support to the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill of 2026. And I'm not laying support to this bill only because it is legally necessary, but because, Madam President, I know firsthand the devastating effects of electronic crimes, may it be fraud, cyberbullying, may it be data breaches. Madam President, I would have personally been affected by crimes emanating from electronic crimes. A few years ago, I would have had a serious data breach of all of my social media platforms and private business platforms, to the extent that they were not only breached but also sold to third parties. And because our legislation at the time was not equipped to look at that, I was left for naught. And allow me to describe what that felt like. That was a violation of the highest heart. It felt like if my home was robbed It felt almost as an assault. So I say this to say, to follow up on a matter Senator Parker would have just touched on when she was giving her closing remarks, in her trying to understand why the penalty for noncompliance was so stiff. $5,000 a day is not enough compared to the hundreds of thousands of dollars citizens of Antigua and Barbuda have been losing on a daily basis because of fraud, scams, all emanating from electronic crimes. Let us not talk about, and I know when we were speaking about the fatal accident earlier today, we spoke about the emotional turmoil. Cyberbullying forms a part of our electronic crimes. And to put a price tag on the consequences of cyberbullying, $5,000 a day goes for naught compared to that. You would have also mentioned, the failure if a person commits this offense and the penalty for failing to comply with the production order. I want to remind the House that this bill would have already prescribed for that by simply stating without reasonable excuse. So the drafters of this did not leave it very much open-ended. It's prescribed right there without reasonable excuse to comply with the production order within the time specified here. But let me get back to the matter at hand, because again, as I said, I would know firsthand the devastating effects of electronic crimes. And I know Senator Gavaya would have given multiple examples as to how ordinary citizens would have been affected by this. And I see from time to time, even our financial institutions trying their best to mitigate about this. I see the Bankers Association right there in Montserrat constantly putting out these PSAs, trying to protect their clientele. Do not click on this link. Do not give out this particular information. They're trying to get ahead of this. And this is why this bill is so important. Because crime 20 years ago is not the same crime today. Now, one of the things I said that I promised to do in this House is to be clear. So, Madam President, if I may, I'd like to step away from all the legal terminologies, all the legal jingles right there, and try and break down this bill into the 5 main things, at least the 5 main things that I was able to extrapolate. And the first one being, of course, and we look at the production order in Clause 3, that simply looks at the inclusion of more law enforcement. Simply because our criminals do not, and I mean, I don't know any criminals personally, I must say. There's no one known to me who is a criminal, so I really don't know how they operate. However, I watch enough movies and I read enough books. And because I'm a creature of the media, I would have reported on a number of criminal activities. And one thing is clear, that our criminals do not operate in a silo. They have a very strong and creative network. So too, our law enforcers must work together. So this bill allows for officers, and of course even members of the ONDCP, to apply for said production orders, because it simply recognizes that modern investigations, when it comes to modern-day criminals, must work together. Collaboration is everything. So too our criminals are collaborating. They're not just working in the gangs based on whatever constituency or whatever village you're from. They're working across a wide and vast network. So too should our law enforcement officers. The bill also recognizes the need to move beyond just the physical devices. The original bill would have looked at just an electronic system, be it just a phone or just a computer or just a laptop. It now recognizes that data is stored everywhere, in the cloud, as young people would say, but in your iCloud, in different apps, in different places. And this bill would have allowed for that level of evolution in the investigative nature. Now, this bill was originally drafted in 2013. And I mean, in 2013, we would have been coming out of the BlackBerry BB stage. And when I say BB, I'm not just talking about the songs. I know Senator Shaquan and Senator Winner, BB used to be a phone and a platform, not the song. But today is 2026. We now store data in share folders via Microsoft Word. We now have data in iCloud and in Google Drive. And this bill and the production order allows for information stored there to be accessed. So it's not necessarily, and it goes further by granting the petitioner to specify exactly what data you're seeking, where this data is supposed to be found. The bill further goes on to looking at clarifying this level of the court-authorized orders for the specified electronics being used. Again, it is modernizing the legislation that was already there. 2013, some may think it was just the other day. But based on our technology, based on what this can do, Madam Speaker, I dare say that sometimes this is more dangerous or just as dangerous as a gun. For the damage it can do to a business, the damage it can do to families, the damage it can do to a person. And it simply looks at this legislation is trying to keep up or equipping our law enforcement officers to keep up with the dangers that this small device can do. And of course, when it comes to the judicial oversight, it is strengthening that form of safeguard. So the idea of just leaving it just to our law enforcers to get or to maintain this production order, it actually allows the judges to consider the proportionality of this, of course, for the privacy that you spoke on earlier, and of course to give the legitimate businesses the opportunity to provide the information that is being requested. But of course, Madam Speaker, my favorite part about this bill is the penalties. You know, people like to say, if you pay for your mouth, you got to pay when you violate and you breach the trust of ordinary citizens. That $5,000 a day for non-compliance, again, fails in comparison to what happens to ordinary citizens. I have a colleague that I am still trying to understand how it even happened to him, because it's not a situation where he is illiterate or does not understand the nature of financial fraud, but by accidentally clicking a link that seems legitimate at the time, his online bank account was wiped of over 100,000 EC dollars. He did not just willy-nilly be on Facebook and clicking the first thing that pops up. It seemed just as legitimate as any other information being shared through legitimate channels. Are you telling me that for our police officers or officers within the ONDCP, law enforcers that is, seeking to get to the bottom of this, and they're going to either the service providers or they're going to persons suspected of accessing this information, and they must sit down and just wait until they're comfortable in providing the information, while I, as the victim, must sit and stew in the loss of over $100,000? We have to be, well, I wish I had $100,000. But, Madam President, we must be serious about the penalties if we're serious about crime. And crime, again, in 2026 is not limited to just chain snatching. It is not limited to a house breaking. It's not limited to just physical assaults. The crime that we're facing now in the 21st century, 2026, is now of an electronic nature. And of course, our legislation must keep up with that nature. Now, this is indeed, as our Madam Leader of Government Business would have stated, is a non-contentious bill because none of us would want any of our citizens, especially our family members. We all here have parents. Sadly, that from time to time, you yourself will have to become the parent. And you will have to teach and safeguard your parents so they don't end up becoming victims of electronic crimes. So, despite that, our responsibility here is to simply ensure that our bills, our laws, our legislation is just as evolved. You know, Madam President, in preparing for today, and I looked at all of the bills, and all of the bills are evolutionary. Every single bill tabled here, and commendations to the drafters within the Ministry of Legal Affairs, commendations to the members of the lower house who saw it fitting that the first set of order coming back into government is to ensure that we continue to evolve the legislation that is here, that governs our land. Madam Speaker, I do believe that every generation of Parliament, and earlier today we would have congratulated our younger senators who are here, and I take this opportunity to do the same. Mr. Wenner, always admired your ability to talk, even if it may not necessarily all be very succinct with what the reality is, but talking a good talk is still knowing how to talk. And of course, Senator Shaquan, I had the privilege of working along with young Shaquan on the election campaign, and I know he has that level of energy and eager to learn, and that is very important within this House. I am here not just to contribute, but to also lean on and to learn, because we all have a responsibility to ensure that our nation is governed well. To Senator Tiffany Strong Peters, it is a privilege to see you here, as well as a young woman coming into the ranks of politics. But Madam Speaker, as I was saying, every generation of Parliament has a responsibility to leave our laws better than how we met them. It is our responsibility to ensure that our laws allow our citizens to be ready for the future. And Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm going to be very brief because this is a non-contentious bill. This is a bill that needs to be passed right away. Any amendments to be made to this bill was already dealt with in the lower house. I have looked at it, I've compared it to the original bill in 2013. There is absolutely no amendments or further amendments needed here. And that is why the legislation of 2013 should be amended today in 2026. And for this reason and no more, Madam President, I commend this bill, and I would appreciate that the other members within the upper house would do the same without having to be, very long-winded about it. So the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill of 2026, I lay on this table, and I hope that it continues to meet the realities of a very rapid evolving technology within the citizenry of Antigua and Barbuda. And with that said, Madam President, I rest.
Senator Guevara.
Madam President.
We have two others. Who's going to go first?
Madam President, thank you very much.
Senator
I promise to be
Azil.
very brief, because I believe my colleague has articulated quite clearly our position regarding this bill. Madam President, I also wish to associate myself with the very progressive nature of this bill as we've identified today.
But whenever I read pieces of legislation such as these, I immediately look for the protections for citizens, because I was always cautioned, should you ever get into politics, ensure that you do not make a law while in government that you cannot live with when you are once again a civilian. And that every bit of legislation you pass must take into consideration the liberties of those who you are seeking to apply that law to. So I think it's always very important, and it should not be construed as an obstructive mechanism to prevent law enforcement from performing their duties, but also creating a sense of balance, that justice is not perverted for the sole purpose of achieving a particular end, which in the end could certainly be contested. But Madam President, I want to move very quickly to number 4 on the clause 3, which is the amendment to section 18. Look at subsection 4, and looking at the protections that are built into this, I certainly want to commend the drafters for ensuring that some consideration is given to protecting the rights of citizens. But more importantly, Madam Chair, I want to point to B, which speaks to the principle of proportionality. And so while there's a privacy mechanism built into this, because the magistrate must be satisfied that, as it reads here, let me just read it, it requires only such production as is proportionate to what is sought to be achieved, allowing where appropriate for production in such manner and form as would result in the disclosure of the information in intelligible form without compromising the investigation or the privacy of the other subscribers' information. So I think that's a very important protection mechanism to have been built into this law. Where certainly I would have loved to see an extension of the protection, Madam Chair, is an articulation about the use of that data, how that data is handled, how it is stored, and the sort of redress that citizens can expect when that data is destroyed or compromised. And so I think that that sort of consideration would have been very helpful here in adding some strength to the comfort and confidence that the public will have in this bill. And so, Madam Chair, Madam President, that is the only thing that I would suggest here at this point, because, as I said, my colleagues and others have spoken quite extensively to this. And with that, I'll take my seat, Madam Chair, if it pleases you. Thank you.
Senator Wenner.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. I will strive to be equally as brief as Senator Azil, who preceded me. Senator Parker, as first responder for the opposition, would have surmised, and not just surmised, but gone into some good detail in terms of basically all the points of commendation and possible constructive criticism that the government we think should take on board. But I just want to specifically emphasize as well too, before I do that actually, I'm speaking about clause 3 of the bill, and we rose a point of concern about section 18B. Just to emphasize again, we strongly believe that this should be served to the service providers, because we don't want employees to be taking on liability. Because if you're serving the employees, then they are also liable for non-compliance with the production order. So really and truly it should be the service providers who, as Senator Park would have established, corporate entities can be sued on
what provision is
common
this,
practice.
Senator Warner?
So moving on to...
What provision you're referring to, is that?
So I'm in clause 3 of the bill. I'm looking at 18 production order B. So it says the production order... So 18(1)B, right? You following? So
yes, I'm there.
A service provider. So I'm saying it should be only service providers is what we're saying as opposition. So just to be clear. Now going over, before I sit down, to the same clause 3 of the bill, looking at 18 subsection 3. A production order granted under subsection 1, and it lists what the production order should consist of. I'm very happy to see that there are several requirements that should be there. In addition to what is there, we strongly believe, as mentioned before, that there should be a mention, or the production order should also state, if you will, the specified application or applications which would be searched by the law enforcement agencies, officers who execute this production order. The reason why I say that, Madam President, if you think of this production order as, let's say, a digital search warrant, if you will, if you have, I'm taking the physical search warrant and I'm applying the same principle to the digital space. If you have a property, Madam President, a piece of land, a property that has, let's say, 2 houses. Let's say we're a family, Madam President. I reside in one house, you and your family reside in the other house. Even though I own, let's say, that land with the 2 houses that the 2 houses sit upon, a search warrant cannot, if I am the subject of a criminal investigation, search my house that I live in and also your house that you live in just because we live in the same property. It has to specify, Madam President, even though we're on the same plot of land, which house is being searched. I hope I'm being very clear thus far. Okay? So just equally as well to Madam President, when we're seizing a device, an electronic device, yes, we have, oh my, can I just make the point? Once we have specified the data that we're looking to seize, let's say we're looking for a conversation between 2 individuals who we suspect are smuggling legal firearms or contraband, we also should specify the application. If it's WhatsApp you're going to search, if it's going to be my email threads, or if it's going to be my Signal. You can't search my photos and everything because, Madam President, the reason why I'm saying that is because on certain applications as well too, you have individuals who use applications on a device who are not the subject of the investigation. We as family members, we have applications downloaded on other family members' devices that we make use of. That private, personal data is also stored there. This is common practice. So we're just saying, let us be specific as possible when we're executing a production order or digital search warrant. And I see no reason for us to be frustrated and get agitated just because we are doing our job as an opposition to offer constructive criticism. If you agree, you agree. If you disagree, you disagree, but what you're working up yourself for. But anyway, Madam President, as I was just saying, I just want us to be as specific as possible, not just with the specified data, but also the locations that we're going to search to find that specified data. That's the same standard that we have for physical search warrants. I'm asking that to be applied for what we have called a production order, which is essentially a digital search warrant to seize and search. So I thank you. With those few words, Madam Speaker, I rest. Madam President.
It's all right. If y'all won't get rid of me now, I wouldn't mind leaving. No, y'all keep saying speaker like y'all trying to get me out of here. That's fine. It's fine. Who am I seeing down at the end? Senator O'Neill?
Thank you once again, Madam President, for acknowledging me. Certainly been a long day for everyone within the chambers here. But nevertheless, Madam President, we're committed in serving the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, I rise once again to lend my support to the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill of 2026. But, Madam President, it's important to note that we're now in a time where we're moving into a digital economy. As some may want to put it, maybe even the new era. And while moving into a digital economy, Madam President, there are a number of things that must take precedence. And that would be the introduction of the usage of credit scores. And that is something, Madam President, that the Eastern Caribbean Bank...
The use of what?
Credit scores. Credit scores. And that is something, Madam President, that the Eastern Caribbean Bank is actually introducing, the ECCU Credit Bureau. And what it's doing, Madam President, is pushing individuals to create this credit score for them so that they're able now to access loans and also to do banking easier. And while we focus on that, Madam President, it is important that we pay attention to other societies that are also moving cashless. There are a number of platforms here in Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President, that has made that bold move to encourage individuals to actually go cash-based. And even in Barbados, Madam President, St. Kitts, and even in the first world countries, you're finding that these countries are moving towards a more cashless society. And in doing such, Madam President, what you're seeing is a evolution of crime. So it's no longer the physical crime that we're seeing in our society, and we would have debated it previously as it relates to the Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill. But what we're seeing, Madam President, is the evolution of digital crimes. Literally individuals calling your phone sometimes midnight for ransoms, scam calls, cyberbullying, Madam President. And it's a particular reason why I wanted to lend my voice to this particular bill, because I find that it's mostly the young people and also the elderly that are vulnerable to electronic crimes, Madam President. Madam President, when you look at the parameters that surrounds young persons and the elderly and how this bill affects them, cyberbullying, even predators, you have certain games, Madam President, that young kids would play, like roadblocks. Now, they're literally individuals as predators that are trying to infiltrate their young minds and telling them suicidal things that may probably body shame themselves, or things that may draw them into places that we just don't want them to go, Madam President. So when you look at the parameters of this bill, Madam President, it's a very important piece of legislation. But I specifically turn my attentions to the production order and also the compliance under this legislation, Madam President, because I think it's very important. I think that if we're serious about fighting crime, that everybody has to be on board. It can't be a one-off approach, Madam President, that the government is taking crime head-on, and that businesses and individuals, Madam President, simply when we ask to help us or lend a helping hand in investigating a crime that is being committed, that you're being reluctant in turning over that information, Madam President. So one may think that this bill is seeking to bully these companies, Madam President, but it's specifically focusing on those individuals that are not compliant to this aspect, Madam President. And it's very interesting because as we go through these different bills, you see how they kind of correspond with each other. So the Magistrate Code of Procedure Bill, Madam President, as it spoke to search warrant. And I would like to paint a picture for everybody. Just imagine getting a search warrant to search someone's house for a specific item. And you would have come across a tablet that the officers would probably suspect that they would have been involved in some sort of electronic crimes or transaction before in the past, Madam President. So you see how these bills work hand in hand with each other, Madam President, ensuring that we're looking at various aspects in fighting crime in Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President. But one cannot overlook, Madam President, as citizens, that we also have to take these parameters into our own hands. And that is also by looking at the proactive measures. And one may beg to wonder, what are the proactive measures that we as citizens here in Antigua and Barbuda can take? And I would say just simply educating yourself on these issues that are happening. I remember recently as well, I think everybody is almost a victim of this in some case or form, that one of my family members would have told me that a link was sent to them by ACB. And I told him quickly, don't press it. Because one of the things I must appreciate with some of the banks here, they would have taken on the bold initiative and ensuring that they seek to educate the public as to who is contacting them and the faulty claims that individuals are trying to hoax them and getting monies out of them, Madam President. So that is something I think that we have to continue as well. And also as law-abiding citizens as well, just spreading the word amongst the older generation, because these are individuals, like I said, who are mostly involved on scamming activities, X, Y, and Z. And finally, what I'd just like to say here, Madam President, to those individuals who are now being introduced to the credit bureau scores and the systems is that if, for instance, you have a credit card or debit card, it's as simple as just transferring monies between your savings and your check-ins. And it also, Madam President, in the long run, also helps it to be financially secured. Because if you have an understanding, Madam President, that if you leave funds open on your check-ins account and in minutes it can just be wiped off, then you're better able now to understand the importance of transferring monies back out of your savings into your check-ins, back into your savings. So these certain parameters, Madam President, around the proactive measures simply cannot be overlooked. I full-heartedly support this bill, Madam President, and I've honestly been pleased with the debates that have been happening around this so far. And with that being said, Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Gavallo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, as would have been ventilated throughout the day by my colleagues specifically on this side, Madam President, we welcome this bill in its entirety. We are protecting the ordinary Antiguans and Barbudans, Madam President, who has been victims of these electronic crime, Madam President. And I note that this warrant issue, and I note my colleagues on the other side, they continuously repeat about warrant and what should be issued and when it should be issued. And I remember that a friend of mine had a situation where she was involved in a relationship with someone, and of course there were some pictures, and it was apparently circulated on WhatsApp. And when they required to retrieve the phone, at that point, of course, you know, with WhatsApp, if you turn on disappearing messages, for example, or if it's after a period of time, or you delete the WhatsApp, but the video and the picture was actually stored in the video or the camera area. So, you know, Madam President, we have to be careful, because sometimes, and this is why every time we come to this honorable house, I oftentimes think of, because sometimes bills don't necessarily affect us personally, but you have to think of others. You may not be a victim of it, right? But until you understand what others are going through, because for her it was like, okay, yeah, it was already over WhatsApp, and you're figuring, okay, it's all out there, but of course someone is going to have it within their storage, right? So I hear this consideration about warrants and specificity, but when someone intrudes on your privacy, there's no specification at all for that. Trust me. And until you've been a victim or have experienced it, perhaps your story or your understanding of the why would change, right? But I've seen people personally who I know are victims of this electronic crime. So it's all good and well because you are not affected, but those who have been seriously affected, and as Senator O'Donoghue would have mentioned, I remember her story all too well with when she lost her. In fact, she only came back on social media last year, and this happened maybe 7-8 years ago. She was traumatized. She recently created a profile. All of her business, companies, clients, hundreds of thousands of dollars were lost. And everything that you tried to do, there was no legislation in place. And so, while $5,000, and in this day and age, $5,000, Madam President, is really no money, right? Because by the time you have to get an attorney, you know, it's how much y'all just charge, Madam President, 10% on so the people earnings, right? So, I am not sure what the price is, but the kind of money that you have to pay, right? And you're waiting. You're not sure what, because you have to pay the lawyers, you know, and then you have to pay them up front before they even start the case, you know. And I understand, because that's their job, that's what they do for a living, right? And then when the judgment is granted, you have to pay them their commission or their percentage, right? So some may look at $5,000, and then this notion about it should not be individuals. I have had personal experiences, and I mention it again to reinforce, where you go to an establishment and they tell you a police officer or a law enforcement officer comes with the warrant, not the arbitrary one, but the warrant to get the information, and the manager is out. So you're not thinking about the victim who has been affected by this electronic crime. So the manager is out on maternity leave, and only the manager could deal with that. I mean, it's crazy. And I really appreciate that this clause emphasized, Madam President, especially Clause 3, subsection B, a service provider, its directors, so it doesn't limit you. So you don't have to wait on this electronic crime to be solved or for you to get a judgment because a manager is on maternity leave or someone decided that they didn't come into work today, or perhaps because let's face it, and I'm not suggesting, but or perhaps they know that something is happening and they're probably running, so the manager knows that, yes, they require something from the company, and so they're probably running. So you go to the supervisor, because by any means necessary, it's an electronic crime, and in order for us to solve the crime, we have to get the information we required, Madam President. So you work for the company, and if it is that you feel as if you have been placed in a situation as a result of the company, then you can take up your situation with the company at the end. And if you want to sue the company, then you have that option too. I don't know why we always operate in this vacuum as if there are not other provisions that can be taken. So if you feel that the police officer is coming to you to collect information and you feel as if, okay, you are being blamed for something as a result of the company, then you get your attorneys and do what you need to do and pick that up with the company. But the issue that our government, our responsible government, Madam President, what we are trying to do at this time, Madam President, is to put provisions in place so that we can bring an end in place for us who are the victims of electronics crime. You understand? Place for us who are the victims of electronics crime. You understand, Madam President? So I don't want us to come into this honorable house and because we're opposition, we think that we have to get up and talk on every bill and go through clause by clause and then say, I oppose this because, and this should be done. And you know what, Madam President, this is not even a new legislation. It is a simple amendment, Madam President. It is a simple amendment, Madam President. There's an existing law. This is an amendment. It's to ensure that our beloved Twin Island state of Antigua and Barbuda remains prepared, Madam President, to confront realities of crime in a digital age. And with those few words, Madam President, I support this bill in its entirety and commend it to this honorable House.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. Madam Clerk.
An act to amend the Electronic Crime Act of 2013, number 14 of 2013, and for other connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Clause 1, short title.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 18, production order.
The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House will now resume its sitting.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage without any discussion or amendment, Madam President, and I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
I second the motion, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Senator Guevara.
Madam President, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
I second the motion, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rain. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time. Madam Clerk.
An act to amend the Electronic Crimes Act 2013, number 14 of 2013, and for other connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. Senator Guevara, next bill.
Thank you so very much, Madam President. The Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026. Madam President, this, I hope, is a non-contentious bill, Madam President, as before, you know, there was utterances of it being an election gimmick. Election has come and gone, and the people have spoken. 15-1, Madam President. So this is not an election gimmick at all, but rather, Madam President, this bill, this Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 is really protecting the interests of Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President. We're strengthening the rule of law and providing an ordinary pathway for persons who have established lives here to regularize their immigration status, Madam President. You know, as a nation, we have a serious responsibility to protect our borders, enforce our laws, and also at the same time, Madam President, respect human dignity, Madam President. People come to Antigua all the time to work, to invest, to raise families. I mean, some of these immigrants, Madam President, they have children here who don't know where else but Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President. And for whatever reason, Madam President, they require amnesty, Madam President. They're not here legally. And as such, we are a caring government, Madam President, and so we are giving them an opportunity to step forward, Madam President. But what I love about this amendment to this bill, Madam President, and it's a simple amendment, Madam President, that is speaking exclusively, Madam President, and specifically about amnesty, Madam President. No murky water, no constitutional right, but about amnesty, Madam President. And Madam President, according to subsection 324A, the grant of amnesty, it says that the principal act is repealed and replaced as follows. And Madam President, it indicates further that the conditions in which you could apply for amnesty. So this is not arbitrary, Madam President. It specifies the condition. One, Madam President, it says a person who, having lawfully entered Antigua and Barbuda, but a, Madam President, who for a period of 4 years or more has been residing in Antigua and Barbuda as an illegal immigrant. So nobody who came, let's say, 2 years ago and have not regularized their status and going for time, they would not qualify, Madam President. You have to be living here for 4 years, right? Or, Madam President, it goes on to say, B, who would ordinarily qualify for citizenship except for a lapse of 6 months or more in his or her period of legal residency. Madam President, life happens, you know, and we're caring and responsible government, Madam President, and so we want to provide the opportunity for individuals to come forward, Madam President, and get their status right. You know what I mean? So that they can continue to live, survive, and thrive in Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, subsection 2, it speaks about what you would have to do as an applicant. And of course, the application actually opens on Wednesday. So I'm hoping that we adjourn this House tonight, and I know that the relevant paperwork will have to come through for you, Madam President, because the amnesty period actually starts on Wednesday, 1st July 2026, and it ends the 30th of September. So individuals have, 3 months to get it together to ensure that you come forward, and you don't have to be afraid, right? Once you fit in to the 2 previous categories, living here for over 4 years, as would have been mentioned, and whether or not you qualify for citizenship, but you had a little lapse of around 6 months, then you could come forward, right? It must be accompanied, however, and I want us to understand, because we don't do things arbitrary over here, and it's listed in the amendment, Madam President, that it must be accompanied by a police record from every territory in which the applicant resided for the last 4 years. So if prior to coming to Antigua, they resided somewhere else, we want to ensure, because we're not just giving amnesty and saying, okay, yes, the door is open, you want to regularize your status, come. No, we require a police record, Madam President. Then, of course, there's a fee to go along with this, because I heard, there are talks and there are questions being asked, what budget is this going to come from, and so on. So there's a fee, Madam President, a processing fee of $500, which to me I think is pretty lenient, to regularize your status. And of course, a change of status endorsement fee of $150. And it goes on to say, subsection 3, Madam President, that the minister, after consultation with the Chief Immigration Officer, may grant the application for amnesty. Madam President, it goes on to speak about the person who shall apply for the amnesty and when that they should do it. And what I like, Madam President, it goes on to say, because this speaks about those who are eligible, but we don't want you to assume those who are ineligible. So we spell it out for you, Madam President, right? And section 4, subsection 24B, speaks about ineligibility, Madam President. So a person shall not be, so we spoke about the eligibility, and we know you're eligible, having resided in Antigua for 4 years, and you're not here legally, you didn't get your paperwork sorted, etc. And of course, you qualify for citizenship, but 6 months would have elapsed, Madam President. So we know what is the eligibility, but we also want you to understand, so that without doubt, without question, so if you don't necessarily understand, okay, do I fit into that, then how are you not eligible, right? So the clause goes on to speak about ineligibility, Madam President. So a person shall not be eligible for amnesty if that person, 1, Madam President, poses a threat to national security or public safety. So of course, and this is why the police record is critical for every country that that person would have lived in prior to coming to Antigua. If, Madam President, they have provided false or misleading information in the application, or C, is subject of an active deportation order or international arrest warrant. So if there's a deportation order for you, don't think that you can come and apply for amnesty and you're going to get away. You're saved. Or if there's an international arrest warrant for you, Madam President. And Madam President, the amendment goes on to speak, it actually shows the application form, very detailed application form. I will just go through it briefly for, those who are listening and are not necessarily privy to the amendment that we have here in our possession. And it clearly indicates, and this is what I like about it, so you pick up an application form and based on the little conditions at the top, it will tell you whether or not I can complete this form. So it says applications for amnesty must be completed and filed between the 1st of July and the 31st of August. Oh, of September, yes, sorry, I forgot the amendment was made through the transmission, Madam President. For the 31st of September, 2 amnesty payments are non-refundable and not subject to petition rights. 3, amnesty application filing that contains willfully false or fraudulent information is void. 4, an amnesty application filing does not result in immunity from criminal charges. And 5, the amnesty application form should not be photocopied. So you can't photocopy the form. You have to go to the immigration department and pick up a form, because even on the form it has an application number. And then, of course, it has the identification of the individual, your name, your full name, where you live in Antigua, your contact number, your nationality, whether or not you're married. If you're married, you have to list the name of your spouse. You have to give your family information. And then it asks about your passport information, the date of issue, you know, all of the details that you can find on the information page of the passport. It then goes on to speak about the status, your date of arrival, your employment information, and then there is the area for the official use to indicate by the recommending officer, whomever the immigration officer who would have reviewed the application, to indicate that, you know, they have reviewed it, they've found that you are deserving, and they're recommending you for amnesty, and then it's authorized by, I guess, maybe a supervisor, and then it says approved by, I would assume, the chief immigration officer and or her designate, and then there's a comment section for the minister, his signature, and the date, and so on and so forth. So, Madam President, this is a simple legislation, Madam President, and it's a simple amendment, Madam President, allowing individuals who are not residing lawfully in Antigua and Barbuda to come forward. And after this, Madam President, there's no excuse. You know, we are caring government. We understand that circumstances happen, life happens, you know, your situation would change, things may not be the same, and we are giving you an opportunity. So after the end of September, there should be no excuse, Madam President. And so I welcome this bill, because sometimes you look at children and families who are not circumstances of themselves, Madam President, because they were placed in a situation, you know, so at the time your parents brought you to Antigua, you're probably 13 years old, you're now an adult, you know, you don't know, your parents tell you pack up and leave, they buy a ticket, you come here, and now you're an adult, you got to figure it out, right? So these provisions are put in place to ensure that individuals comply and become lawful residents of Antigua and Barbuda. So with those few words, Madam President, this is not a contentious bill. I think the bill is very clear. There is no murky water. It does not affect any constitutional rights, but what we are doing is, you know, to give individuals an opportunity to come forward and ensure that they're truly law-abiding citizens. I lend my full support to this bill, Madam President, if it pleases you.
Have a seconder, please.
Madam President, I beg to second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Senator Rain. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the proposal of the bill stated that it shows that the government is strengthening the rule of law and that the amendment is not arbitrary. Again, I disagree. Actually, the rule of law requires consistency, transparency, and not convenience. And so, contrary to what was stated, everybody knows that it is an election gimmick. And I am glad that this government is at least keeping this election promise, as it has already broken so many to the people of this country. Madam President, the reason why the period of 4 years, and this is my humble opinion, is because it dates back to the last election. And we have a piece of immigration law that, instead of working the way it's supposed to work, to give non-nationals a clear path to citizenship and to status in this country, in their own right. It continues to be used, as far as I am concerned, as a tool for gimmickry and possible exploitation. What do I mean? Madam President, non-nationals who live in Antigua, work here, raise their children here, have their children here, and contribute to this little 2x4, should have a lawful and humane path to operating in this country. Now, this government says that this is compassionate. It is not. Because this is the government who, not so long ago, increased the very fees on these people. They doubled the extension fees. They doubled the extension fees. You're going to listen to me today. So let me wait for you, because you're going to listen.
I wonder if we could replay the recording of what just transpired to hear how y'all sound like with your fish market. Even the fishers folks market sound better than how y'all sound a while ago. Yes, Senator Parker?
Madam President, this government is neither compassionate nor respectful of the rule of law. What it is strategic, yes you are, and uses every tool, and it is a playbook that is well known by the people of this country. Nobody is fooled. And that is why the non-nationals wait. You're going to hear me tonight, so I'll wait. You're going to listen. You're going to listen. So I will wait for you. Madam President, it is true that they won the election. My colleague here, who has a constituency of a great proportion of the nationals, would have also relied on this promise, because that is the playbook. It's not a new playbook. My record going to stick now. You put yourself on a ticket now. You put yourself on a ticket now. You just stay there and reap the fruits. Come to these people and tell us what you've gotten.
Madam President.
Hold on,
I am not
Senator
sitting, you know.
Point
I'm
of
not
order.
sitting for you.
Senator Shaw,
I'm
hold
not
on.
sitting for you. You don't have no point of order.
Senator Parker.
Madam President.
Senator Parker, I was just about to say, the two of you all need to sit. I was just about to say to you, Senator Parker, that you can't be interacting with the members that I'm trying to protect you from and cross-talk and make allegations that now cause Senator Shaw to rise and then ask for protection. So you have to make up your mind which one you want.
So when I answer him, Madam President...
No, you're not supposed to answer him at all because you are on your feet speaking about what you're speaking. Senator Shaw is trying to distract you. You don't answer them.
You stop him.
You don't answer them. You don't answer them. You don't answer me either. You don't answer me either. No, we're not going to be here for a while because I ultimately have the say. Senator Shaw, you were standing on a point of order or a point of elucidation? What are you doing?
No, Madam President, a point of order.
What is your point of order, sir?
You know, I don't have no problem when the good senator over there can fire some blows at me. But when she
Well,
can't
this
point
good senator
at me,
over there has
she
a
cannot
name.
point at Senator Parker. She cannot point at me and tell me I am reaping the benefits.
That is not a point of order, Madam President.
That is a point of order.
It is not a point of
It
order.
is. You are accusing,
What is the point of
you're
order?
accusing me without evidence, Madam President,
Of what?
of reaping the benefits.
Look, you're sitting over there. I said, put yourself on a ballot. That's what I said. Put yourself on a ballot like me. Madam President, I will proceed I will proceed. Watch me. Watch me. Madam President, this government, when it is convenient.
I haven't ruled this yet, you know, Senator. Senator, you disregard me now, make a vex.
Who, me?
Yes, you!
Okay.
Because there's a point of order, and you're like, oh, me not listen to you, you just continue, however. I tell you, I can leave, you know. I can leave. Then you always sit here all night. Oh, Senator Shaul is here. Okay. Are we good now? We quiet? Senator Shaul, you reaping the benefits. I don't know if it's disparaging. So I really don't know if it's disparaging. I pulled out my standing orders to see if it was disparaging comment, if it's likely to be, and I don't see that it's disparaging. What I see and hear is that there's lots of excessive crosstalk or conversing noisily as opposed to maintaining silence while another senator is speaking. And so a number of persons are in breach of that. So I will ask Senator Parker to continue her presentation. And I'm not going to add no time, you know, because Senator Parker has also been offending the rules. So let's get this done. Senator Parker, make your point and continue with your presentation.
Madam President, in 2023, or is it 2022? Not so long ago, this government, who on the eve of an election wants to say it's compassionate, would have already raised all the fees on this particular demographic in our community. They raised the extension fees, they doubled them. They raised the work permit fees, doubled them in some cases. The processing fee was raised, and it was even higher if you were not a member of CARICOM. So they raised it with intention, right? It was a two-tiered process. That was not so long ago on this very same community. It would be remiss of me to take the floor today and not say that. Has to be said. It would also be remiss of me to take this floor and not point out the obvious, that this, again, is just a repeat of what we see leading up to election after election. It's not the first amnesty, but I hope it will be the last, because, like I said, the community and the constituency in question deserve a dignified path to status in this country. So, Madam President, if this government is indeed compassionate, and we are giving amnesties after amnesties, are we asking the question why? If you see the need to give amnesty, the logical, although I don't have any information, I don't know what the cabinet and the executive has seen, right? But I am assuming from where I stand and sit, because I know how hard people come to this country and try to acclimatize themselves to Antigua, work hard to get situated and raise their families, etc., that if they are out of time, one of the most easy reasons to reach for is because they don't have the money to pay the extension. Nobody wants to be illegal in a country. So when the same government goes and double the extension fees, what are you telling me? Double the extension fees. And if you come now to offer amnesty, and we're going on the premise that people can't afford the extension, Madam President, why make the application fee so high at $500? The last amnesty that was given, I'm looking for it, the application fee, okay, right, was $250. So the application fee for this amnesty has doubled. compassionate government. Why? And so I am not going to join the chorus or the illusion or the talking point. That is because you care about no non-national. Caring about winning an election and caring about that constituency of people who come to this country, right, is a totally different thing. And when you check the facts, when you check the data, those two things don't meet. They are diametrically opposed. And I will not bury my common sense, right, with that, because it's not true. So for the persons who will apply for this amnesty, I'm happy for them, because it's relief that they need. The next thing we need to do then, therefore, is to bring back this immigration bill and amend all the regulations and amend the processing fees for the non-nationals. Carry them back down, because you doubled them. Take them back down so that people can afford their extensions and their work permits. Take them back down and stop using the non-nationals as a gimmick in this country. Stop using them as pawns. There are people trying to get situated and build a life here. So take the fees back down, and then I will agree that you are a compassionate government. But while you're trying to raise money, revenues off of them, right, from
because you had the right type of
out of season, you try to milk them for everything they're worth, okay? And then when it comes to winning an election, we carry down, we say amnesty. Madam President, now for the actual functional elements of this bill, the only thing I would wish to highlight is that I think there should be an appeals process here. Appeal. We know that the granting of the amnesty will be determined by the minister. It says in conjunction, I think, in discussion with the chief immigration officer. Okay, fine. But are we assuming that there will be 100% amnesty granted for everybody who applies? There is a form which shows that there will be some comment for the minister. But I think that in these situations, we should also allow for an appeal for people who may not be granted the amnesty and feel that they ought to have been. I think that that would be consistent with the law. Before I take my seat, Madam President, I just want to give a caution here, because, like I said, we've come time and time again to this Honorable House to, pass amnesties. But there's really never any accounting given. I think in the last amnesty, we got figures that said that there were applications of more than 110 applications a day, or something along those lines. It was expected that nearly 1,200 persons would have applied. I think that this Honorable House needs to be given greater information as well, okay, or reporting, because we do not know from amnesty to amnesty or from time to time what the data looks like. How many people, how many persons, how many non-nationals are really out of time in our country from time to time, and proportionately, what does that mean for the entire non-national population, so that we can even have a more intelligent discussion as to if an amnesty is really necessary, or if they are repeat, offenders, etc., etc. So I think that greater data, I don't know if there's what amount of data gathering is done, but I think certainly if we were interested in the rule of law, and we were committed to making sure these types of acts are not in fact arbitrary, that is certainly one of the things that we would do, if it pleases you, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Strawn, and then Senator Jones.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and good evening to this Honorable House. Now, it would be remiss of me to exit the chambers today and not to say thank you to this Honorable House for allowing me the opportunity to travel to China representing Antigua and Barbuda under the seminar on young leaders under the Global Development Initiative. I can say that the experience and knowledge gain is one that I will take with me to aid in the development of this, my beloved nation. We were able to have cultural exchanges, actually see how AI is changing the future, and I know that we represented Antigua and Barbuda to the best of our abilities. We were actually the talk of the town when we had our cultural display. Everyone, the Chinese and the Tourism Authority as well, we'd like to say thank you because they were able to provide us with tokens that we were able to share. So I know that very soon, although we have a sizable population of our Chinese brothers and sisters, I know that a lot more will be coming to visit Antigua and Barbuda through those tokens. You know, they're already so interested and keen to come. Now I rise to lend my support to the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026. And I would like to begin borrowing some words from Rupert Babablaze. Antigua is home. It's home for me. Land of sun and sea and total beauty. I guarantee that it's a place you like to be. There's so many reasons. Just come, you'll agree. And so we welcome everyone. Welcome to our shores. Enjoy the fresh breezes and have fun galore. And indeed, we have been able to welcome a lot of residents from all across the globe. And for some reason or another, some through no fault of their own, because I have attended primary school with some individuals who up to this day, they have not received their passport. They would not have received their citizenship because they were not responsible for paying their time at that time. And another one who happens to be my namesake, it so happened that her father passed away in Jamaica, and she went home for the funeral. And, you know, having stayed an extended time past that 6 months, it would have created that lapse. And so she was deemed ineligible to receive it. So I am so happy that we are here today to make this amendment and to have this amnesty period open so that persons like her would be eligible to receive that. Another discovery that I made while on the campaign trail during the 2026 general elections, in which we were so successful of gaining that 15-1, of which I am proud to say that I was the campaign manager for the Honorable Dwayne George to unseat Kelvin Simon in the St. Mary's South constituency. I know that we would have come across a number of persons, even in the Jolly Harbor area, who too have this issue. One guy has been here for 20+ years, and due to this same lapse. And this was something that they brought to the fore, that this is something that we know that the residents who have decided to take up this invitation and would have received our welcoming arms, decided to make Antigua and Barbuda. They are not only persons from the CARICOM member states, but all across the globe. Some are millionaires and billionaires, and they decided they had anywhere in the world to choose, but they decided to make Antigua and Barbuda their home of choice. And so we are happy that they have decided to stay with us. They have invested in us, despite not being able to gain the passport, 20-something years, having the funds to go elsewhere, they still decided to stick with Antigua and Barbuda because it's a place that they love. Of course, there's so many reasons. The people, the cuisine, you know, it's just us. It's always a vibe. And so they are a part of us, and we want them to be fully integrated with us. And that is why we as a government have decided to bring this amnesty bill to this honorable house so that that relief that is needed is provided, and we know that going forward that a number of persons will apply, and once eligible, because it gives the ineligibility for the criteria. And I only see under section 24B, I only see 3 reasons here. A, you pose a national threat to our national security or public safety. B, you would have provided false or misleading information in the application, or you're the subject of an active deportation order or international arrest warrant. And once you do not fall within that category, and once you would have provided the police record for the places that you would have resided within that time span, and you would have provided truthful information on your application form, I see no reason why this caring government and the caring minister, after consultation with the chief immigration officer, would have an issue in granting that amnesty request once all the requirements are met. And so I find that it is straightforward, it is timely, it gives status, and it gives the residents of our Twin Island state that opportunity to become fully Antiguan and Barbudan through that process. Once they would have received their citizenship, once you would have received your amnesty and you stay on the straight and narrow path, you will eventually get to that part where you will be able to get your passport, and you will be able to say, like all of us, you know, there is no other country like Antigua and Barbuda. For some, even though they're not born here, you would hear them singing out, Ayamaban. I was privileged to have another person. She was not born in Antigua and Barbuda, but it has been her home. And so no one sings more loudly than her. Tell them I say I was born in this land. Really didn't she wasn't really born here, but the love and the appreciation that she has for the home that would have nurtured her is so great. And I know that those who are residing and who will be seeking that amnesty, they too share this same love for our great nation and will continue to aid in the upliftment and the development of our Twin Island state. And with those few words, Madam President, I bid you farewell. Good night.
Just to note, Senator Strawn Peters has asked to be excused for the rest of the day. She's suffering from jet lag, and we can understand. Yes, Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make my contribution to this bill, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill of 2026. Madam President, I just want to say that it is good for the government to offer amnesty to people who are living here illegally from time to time. But what would be instructive, Madam President, is for us as a people, the nation, to get the information after amnesties have been granted, right? Because here it is saying that if you're living here for over 4 years, you're eligible for amnesty, right? The thing is, we know that amnesty have been granted before, but we've never heard as to how much people applied and how much persons were granted the amnesty. So we have an idea as to how the population is growing, because population grows by people being born here and stuff like that. Now, when you legalize your status, it means that now you're now Antiguan and Barbudan. So we need to have that information as a people. So what I want to suggest, Madam President, is that after September of this year, and all the applications have been made, and the amnesty has been granted, that some way that information be brought back to this Honorable House, because we're the ones that are facilitating that it will be granted, so that we can know how many persons have been granted this amnesty in Antigua and Barbuda. And what will happen to those persons now, Madam President, who do not fit to be granted the amnesty? Do they continue to stay in Antigua and Barbuda until whenever it can happen again? Because I listened to a senator just now, and she said that someone is here for 20 odd years, and they have not been regularized. So what happened to the amnesty before? So did they apply and return down? These are things that we need to know as a government, that when we grant amnesty, so much people applied, so much people were granted. All right? So there's nothing wrong in doing what you're trying to do, but we must see what happened after. And that will be my contribution, Madam President, to this bill. That we want to see something in data as to what happens after amnesty has been granted. If it pleases, Madam President.
Senator Bezo.
Madam President, I would like to make my contribution to the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill of 2026, a measure that speaks not only to the letter of law, but to the compassion of this country, justice, and its national security. This bill seeks to amend the Immigration and Passport Act of 2014 to provide a structured and time-bound amnesty for persons who have long resided among us but remain outside the legal framework. It is a recognition that Antigua and Barbuda has always been a place of refuge, opportunity, and second chances. Clause 3 repeals and replaces Section 24A, establishing clear conditions for amnesty. Between July 1st and September 30th, individuals who have lived here for 4 years or more as illegal immigrants, or who have narrowly missed citizenship eligibility due to lapse in residency, may apply for regularization. They must present police records from every territory of residence, pay the prescribed fees, which amounts to $650, and submit themselves to the scrutiny of the Immigration Department. This ensures that while we extend mercy as a country, we also uphold the rule of law and accountability. Clause 4 introduces Section 24B, which sets firm boundaries. Those who pose threats to national security, provides false information, or who are subject to deportation orders or international warrants are excluded. Amnesty is not a loophole, as some may believe. It is a carefully guarded doorway to lawful belonging. Clause 5 inserts Schedule 8, the amnesty application form, which standardizes the process and ensures transparency. Every applicant is treated fairly. Every application is documented, and every decision is accountable. Through you, Madam President, honorable members, this bill is not just administrative. It is about regularizing lives. It's about ensuring that families who have contributed significantly to our economy, our culture, and our communities are given a fair chance to stand on solid legal ground. It is about transforming shadows into citizens, uncertainty into stability. For Antigua and Barbuda, this measure is particularly meaningful. Our island thrives on resilience and community. Many who came seeking opportunity have become part of our social fabric. By offering amnesty, we strengthen families, stabilize our workforce, and affirm our values of fairness and inclusion. And let me be clear, amnesty is not unconditional. It is a covenant between state and the individual, a covenant that demands honesty, respect for the law, and commitment to nation building. Madam President, I commend this bill to the Senate. Let us pass it with the understanding that we are not only amending legislation, but also shaping lives, strengthening communities, and reaffirming Antigua and Barbuda's identity as a nation of opportunity, order, and compassion. Thank you.
Senator Bisa, could you turn off your microphone for me, please? Thank you. Senator Gavaya.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Oh, what a tangle web we weave, Madam President. Madam President, I was a child, but I remember in 2007, let's remind the people of Antigua and Barbuda, 2007 specifically, though, the United Progressive Party, that dark day of our lives when we all had to endure such torture of an unprogressive, underperforming government, Madam President, between 2004 to 2011. We don't forget those days. Madam President, but in 2007, it was the United Progressive Party that brought to this honorable house the eligibility for individuals to become citizens. It was 3 years since 1932, Madam President. And I remember there was this guy from rural East, can't remember his name, Tall. Oh boy, used to drive around, wicked set of people. Gums, yes, oh my God. May he continue to rest in peace. Because I was a little girl by my granny and my daddy them time. Every morning I wake up, wicked set of people. And because he knew my family, of course, support the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. Every morning he passed in the bus, nice for days, a wicked set of people. Over here, fisherman, I say the fish stink, Madam President.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam President.
Madam President.
A point of order, Senator Wenham.
Madam President, I just, I like to review things before I come. Standing Order 41.3 says, it shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting language about members of either chamber or the political parties to which they are affiliated. It goes on. The member, I sat down the first time. She said the dark days. And she said the incompetent, or words to that effect. Then she mentioned the wicked. If that is not insulting language, I don't know what else is insulting language about the political party to which we members are. Madam President, again, the points of order, a member raising a point of order must put the point succinctly and shall be heard in silence. These people have been here for quite a while, they know better.
You read the book and you understand the one clause in the standing
Madam President, none of them can tell me to sit down now. It's only the presiding officer can tell me to sit down.
That's what UPP just say.
So, Madam President, I await Senator of Government Business set an example for how we ought to conduct debate in this honorable house.
I was speaking and you
Madam President, it says I had to be heard in silence.
I'm wrapping up. You had your time to speak and talk for 3 minutes.
Madam President, I am guided by you. Only you can direct me. I raise a point of order. I await your ruling, Madam President.
It don't seem like you want to hear me tall, so y'all continue.
You are the whole
y'all continue. I see mics on, people on their feet still. I don't know. Should I be a part of this process? If
So Madam President, have you heard the point I raised?
I've heard every single thing.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Even within the noise, I hear everything. Unfortunately, I've been trained for that for the past umpteen years. 4 terms now, unfortunately. or fortunate as you may look at it. My brain doesn't log off because of you people. I guess that's disparaging. Senator Gavaya, the good senator is correct about the standing order. The language used is in keeping with what is not prohibited, what is prohibited under the standing order. It is our custom, and it is our bad custom and practice to do exactly what you've done. But the good senator is correct. So you have to, no, don't tell me, you have to find a different way of saying what you're saying.
Madam President, if I may, because...
No, you may not. I've made the point. Move on.
Madam President, the United Progressive Party used to say that the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party were wicked set of people. Mr. Gums used to say so. All of us remember that, and that is what I said. And I will stand on that because I heard it with my ears.
I don't think that is what he was...
Madam President.
Is that what you were objecting to?
So...
Okay, all right. So I've ruled on the point because that is my role and function here. You have said that that is what the gentleman said, and yes, you've said that. God.
Madam President, I will say again, Madam President, that I remember, because I live in the constituency of St. John's Rural East, and Mr. Gums lived 3 corners away, Madam President. And I remember when Mr. Gums would get on his microphone, and everybody heard it. Please, you had your time to talk. You would be an attorney for Senator Parker. Let me talk now, man. I'm wrapping up. I have the floor. Madam President, and I remember growing up, and Mr. Gomes used to walk around the place and say, Labour Party, wicked set of people. I heard it with my ears. Madam President, nobody needs to tell me, and it's not hearsay, and I listen in on to information. I hear it with my ears. I was a child, and I remembered it, and he used to park up outside my house because he knew of our family affiliation. Madam President. Madam President, people are talking about Labour Party is not a compassionate government. We remember the darkest days of our lives. Were those days, Madam President, between 2004 and 2011? All of 14. All of Antigua and Barbuda, lest we forget. The darkest days of our lives, Madam President. Inconsiderate, not compassionate government, Madam President, the United Progressive Party. We want to come to this honorable house and talk about not compassionate government, Madam President. When, in order to be eligible for citizenship in Antigua and Barbuda, 3 years, Madam President, and you want to talk about non-compassionate government? From 3 to 7 years in 2007 with no gap. And you know what, Madam President, sometimes you have people who are, whether CARICOM nationals or otherwise, who for whatever reason your passport is expired, right, and mark you and they say no gap. So people were, you can leave Antigua if you want to review, if you want to renew your passport, right? And there's some countries that would say to you that you'd have to come in person, right? So that, and then in terms of the certification of the passport, at the back of the passport form clearly says that it has to be somebody who you know, right, attorney or whatever, from the country in which you live, Madam President. So people couldn't get citizenship. You want to talk about wicked, inconsiderate government? From 3 to 7 years, y'all don't come into this house and mislead people, because we will never forget those wicked days, Madam President, of the United Progressive Party government. I want to come in here and talk about inconsiderate. They had absolutely no use for foreigners, Madam President. Pack them up in buses. You know how many people, Madam President, they wanted to deport. And it's not me. Madam President, I can go back if you need me to with all of the headlines. There's no propaganda. I said the Hansard will show and the laws of this country that in 1932 to 2007, in order to become a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda, required 3 years. 3 years, lest we forget, it wasn't the Labour Party government. We cared about the people of this country, and we figured at that time that 3 years was sufficient time. You live in Antigua and Barbuda, right? But then, this incompassionate, let me be mindful of the parliamentary terms, since we are so very specific, only when it suits us, Madam President. Right? This not compassionate, United Progressive Party government, Madam President, took the requirement to 7, you know how long 7 years be, Madam President? People no longer living so long, Madam President. 7! Don't ask us why we don't change it back. The question should be asked why you change it. Because y'all have no regard. Y'all have no regard. Please. Please. Madam President, let us not. The Antigua Barbuda Labour Party cares about non-nationals of this country, Madam President. We care about them. And this is why we put these mechanisms in place, Madam President, such as amnesty, to give them an opportunity to regularize themselves. And then you're talking about, Madam President, it's the hypocrisy that irritates me the most in this honorable house. And then we come in here this morning about, I trust the debates will be different, and I'm just like, yeah. Just open the songbook and sing and flip the tune. You know? It's like a cassette, Madam President. You say, play tape 2. Every time they start, I say, okay, tape 2. Right? And then when they go on about, okay, the bill is good, and then tape 3, but. And then they go to tape 4. But Madam President, you want to talk about the fees, $500. Madam President, and especially because I remember the last time with the amnesty, and I took the liberty to communicate with the immigration chief, who indicates that on Saturdays as well, they would make provision, because Monday to Friday, Madam President, we're doing everything, putting all the measures in place, because some people may not be even able to get time off from work, and when you go up to immigration, you have to wait, you have to get your number. So if you have a day off on the weekend, they're going to open on Saturday too, right? So absolutely no excuse from Monday to Saturday, Madam President. You have to think about the overtime of the immigration officers who would necessarily work, because some work Sunday to Sunday, there are others who work, and it wasn't something that was budgeted for. But we are a very compassionate government, Madam President, and we recognize that there is a need to address this. And so there was no budget for it, and so of course you put the $500 in place. So every other expense, you see the application form, Madam President, that is in this stuff. It's about, maybe if you put it on a 8.5 by 14 page, double-sided, it could be 1. But you have to pay for the paper. You have to pay for ink, and it's not something that was budgeted for, Madam President. And so we're caring government. And for you to suggest to this honorable house, Madam President, the opposition who comes in here to oppose for opposing's sake, Madam President, right? To come into this honorable house and suggest that $500 is too much. Madam President, you know how much for an extension according to law, right? Is 1 to 3 months. Minimum, 1 month. Maximum, 3 months, right? Non-CARICOM nationals pay $300 for extension. And CARICOM national, they pay $150. So if you are, let's say, from Nigeria, Madam President, and every month you have a minimum of 1 month, and you have a maximum of 12 months. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm using an example here, right? And I get 1 month every month for 12 months, Madam President. The cost of that is $300 per month. 3 by 12, Madam President, is 36. So in a year, Madam President, I will pay $3,600. Madam President, I can't do with all the talking, you know. And some of them, anyhow, I will.
This is
before
Senator Zavaya, Senator Shaw, as the Vice President of the Senate.
Yes, Madam President, you'd like me to sit?
I don't understand
Certainly.
the people that talk about they need protection, and then when the other people.
No, I don't need the protection.
You don't give what you don't want.
Yeah, Madam President, I don't need protection, but I'm just hearing a lot of buzzing.
It's later than we all expected to be here, and we still have
one big bill.
A bill that, based on what's happened today, will take us another 2 hours, I believe. And we have 2 resolutions, and I have to assign responsibility for the committees. And y'all are distracting the presenter who's trying to wrap up, right? Okay. And when you're on your feet, you ask for protection because persons are distracting you and not allowing you to do your presentation. I mean, what you give is what you get. Yeah. I would like to hear Senator Guevara without the disruptions, please, as she continues to wrap up.
Oh, thank you so very much, Madam President. I didn't really need the protection, you know, but I appreciate that we would want to wrap up, and I hear a lot of noise, buzzing, and some of us were school principals, and the people who we thought couldn't even elect us. Such a pity. But we carry on, Madam President. Madam President, you don't worry about me. If I wanted my name on the ballot, I'd get one, but you and one of the people reject you.
Senator.
You're one of the people reject
Senator,
you.
you're
If I wanted,
speaking to the chair.
Senator,
you're speaking to the chair.
President.
Yes.
Madam President, I just want to make this proclamation that if I wanted my name on a ballot paper, I would have put it on right? But some of us wrote in letters, elected by our party, where 20 and 25 people attended branch elections. And we were educators at the school, and the people within the constituency that we...
Point of order, Madam Speaker, Madam President.
Senator.
Scope, what the matter is related to.
Senator, I have not acknowledged you. Please allow me to at least acknowledge you. I am speaking to Senator Guevara.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Turn off your mic. Senator Guevara.
Yes, Madam President.
Take it back and finish.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, the truth needs no defense. But the people of Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President, as you know, have elected the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party overwhelmingly, without a doubt. And I remember a lot of the people who were on this side with me are now in the lower house. But when I look across, some names were on ballot paper, but they're here appointed as senators. But we carry on, Madam President. As I was saying, Madam President, I was explaining about the not very compassionate United Progressive Party governments. Madam President, who in 2007, because I don't want the people of Antigua and Barbuda to forget at all. And this is why the people of Antigua and Barbuda continue to elect the Labour Party government, because they don't forget, Madam President, what Mr. Gums used to say. Madam President, like I said, an extension is 1 to 3 months, right? Minimum 1 month, maximum 3 months. For non-nationals, you pay $300, Madam President. So if I'm from an African country, you don't tell me when to talk and how to talk, man, I'm on the floor. You had your time. Don't tell me when to talk. I'm wrapping up. It's not me say I have to wrap up. It's a part of my responsibility. What is this? Madam President, like I was saying, because you see, when we come into this house and grandstand, and we create impressions that do not exist, and to say that because the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party government, we are putting amnesty in place to ensure there are provisions for individuals who are not legal within Antigua and Barbuda to make the wrong right. You are going to talk about we're not a compassionate government. If I am a non-CARICOM resident and I get an extension every month for 12 months, that's $300. 3 by 12 is $3,600. The amnesty is $500. And you're not paying because there are fees as well that is associated when you lapse, Madam President. I remember, you know, Madam President, there was an immigration jail. Never knew that existed. Never knew there was something as an immigration jail on Church Street. Lest we forget, Madam President, that's why the people of Antigua and Barbuda would never elect you all again. Never, Madam President, because the people will never forget how inconsiderate and not compassionate they were, Madam President. Madam President, I could not imagine that this bill would become contentious at all. Madam President, because I looked at this and I said to myself, you know, as forward-thinking Antiguans and Barbudans, we would want to ensure that people are lawfully residing in our Twin Island nation. But it seems to me that every opportunity that we get, we just oppose for opposing's sake, and we play the CD. Okay, yes, this bill is good, but it's arbitrary, something about somebody's constitutional rights. Madam President. But lest we forget the dark days of our lives between 2004 and 2014, Madam President. Because when you talk about compassionate government, and a government that continues to care for the people of Antigua and Barbuda, whether by birth and or otherwise, there is no other government that cares about the people as much as the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party government, led by the Dustin Brown. Let the records reflect. It's not we say so, you know, it's the people say so. 15-1, Madam President. It's not we say so. It's the people of Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President. Okay? So with those few words, Madam President, I wholeheartedly support this immigration and passport amendment bill. Madam President, I can't imagine the amendment bills we in here spending 3, 4, 5, 6 hours for an amendment. My gosh, when we have a new bill is what's going to happen in here. Woo! Jesus. Madam President, with those few words, Madam President, I support this bill in its entirety, if it pleases you. Thank you so very much.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. Madam Clerk.
An act to amend the Immigration and Passport Act 2014 and for other connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Clause 1, short title.
Question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 24A, grant of amnesty.
The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, insertion of Section 24B.
The question is that Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, insertion of Schedule 8.
The question is that Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6, commencement.
The question is that Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
Question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
I second
the motion, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rain. It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Gavaya.
Madam President, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Seconder, please.
I second the motion, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rain. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time. Madam Clerk.
An act to amend the Immigration and Passport Act 2014 and for other connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I know it is 7:27, but we're paid to be here as legislators, Madam President. And so the final bill on the agenda this evening, I cannot even preface my introduction of this bill by saying it's a non-contentious bill, Madam President, but I would pray and hope that the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026, it should not be one that is contentious, Madam President, because what this bill is seeking to do is to protect our borders, Madam President, and to protect Antigua and Barbuda. And Madam President, it says specifically here what the Act is seeking to do, and is to repeal and replace the Advanced Passenger Information Act of 2026 to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, but not only traveling to and departing from, Madam President, but individuals who also transit through Antigua and Barbuda in accordance with international best practices, and to enhance the national and regional regulatory regimes and institutional cooperation frameworks governing and related to the implementation and operationalization of the CARICOM Advanced Passenger and Crew Information System, subject to international standards and national legislation governing data protection and data privacy, Madam President. So, Madam President, what this Act overall seeks to do is really to ensure that Antigua and Barbuda, we are aligned with international standards and best practices and CARICOM standards, Madam President. So this Act really seeks to protect our borders, stop criminals, Madam President, from before they arrive, combat terrorism, tackling human trafficking, prevent illegal immigration, improving intelligence, Madam President, that is shared throughout CARICOM, and ensuring that Antigua and Barbuda, that we remain a trusted international destination, Madam President. And Madam President, I will go on Part 2, Clause 4, Administrative, Madam President. It speaks about the powers and functions of the competent authorities. So it really explains to us who is the competent authority and what their roles and responsibilities are, Madam President. So it speaks about the competent authority shall A, be responsible for overseeing and implementing the provisions of this Act. It goes on, Madam President, is a lot, but I want the people of Antigua and Barbuda to understand what this legislation is seeking to do. B, Madam President, it established protocols, standards, issues guidelines, and technical requirements for the secure transmission, storage, and processing of information. 3, it oversees the operations in the performance of its functions. D, Madam President, it established secure channels and reliable system for the timely transmission of receiving the information and also storing the information, Madam President. And it goes on, Madam President, and it's very extensive. It really details what the purpose of the authority is and their responsibilities accordingly, Madam President. And Madam President, Clause 5 speaks about the establishment of the Passenger Information Unit, because people are asking, so who would really collect and handle this type of information. So it speaks to the establishment of a passenger information unit. So it just won't be any particular person and or the government will decide that, hey, let's just set up a unit because we require this type of information. But rather it speaks about the passenger information unit and who would be able to function and work within this unit. And it speaks about one, Madam President, a senior immigration officer who has to be nominated by the chief immigration officer. So no politician or minister is going to say, hey, put Jane, Madam President. It speaks because, you know, we don't bring ambiguous bills here, Madam President. We ensure that everything is explained so that the people of Antigua and Barbuda can understand. Or, Madam President, it does not specifically have to be an immigration officer, but it can also be a senior officer of the Royal Police Force of Antigua and Barbuda who should be nominated by the Commissioner of Police. It could also be a senior customs officer who should be nominated by the Comptroller of Customs, or it can be an officer of the Department of IT who is responsible, Madam President, not just a regular officer, but an officer in the Department of Information Technology who is responsible for data protection, Madam President, or 3 other officers appointed from law enforcement, which includes customs, immigration, after consultation with the minister, Madam President. Madam President, it goes on to speak about what is the function specifically of the passenger information unit and what do they do. So of course they receive and store and process all of the information, Madam President. They're not limited to, they don't only just receive information, they manage the risk, Madam President, based on their analysis that may be associated, Madam President, because while we welcome visitors to our shores, Madam President, we want to ensure that we are attracting individuals, you know, of good character, not criminals, Madam President, because we have to protect Antigua and Barbuda, Madam President. Then it speaks about the appointment and functions of the data protection officer, because while you have the passenger information unit, you then now have a data protection officer, and it speaks about what that data protection officer is responsible for, Madam President, and there are about 15 things that data protection officer is responsible for, Madam President. And, Madam President, what I really love is Part 3, Clause 8. The duty to provide advanced passenger information, passenger name, record data, and embarkation and disembarkation data, Madam President, that the master or the captain or any agent, Madam President, of an aircraft or a vessel shall provide to the competent authority, Madam President, any information relating to the passenger, but not only passenger, Madam President, because some people believe that these criminals may only be the passengers, Madam President, it can be the crew themselves as well. Right, Madam President? So this is a very detailed legislation, Madam President, and it speaks about the information that the passenger name record should provide, which includes their name, where they're going, where they're staying, when they're expected to arrive into Antigua, when they're expected to depart from Antigua and Barbuda, and if you're transiting through Antigua and Barbuda as well, when and where, Madam President. Because, you know, some people may transit for a few hours, others longer than that, Madam President. Madam President, Clause 10 speaks about the restriction on disclosure of data or documentation by the competent authority. And what I really like about this is that you cannot just give up information if any random person comes and asks you, Madam President, but there is a specific requirement that you would need to go through. So it says, and it also tells you what the data protection officer has to ensure that they do. So the competent authority shall treat all data and documentation obtained or generated in the course of his duties as confidential, and such data and documentation is subject to non-disclosure obligations. And it goes on, Madam President, and it not only says what they should not do, but if they have to disclose the information, it also identifies the steps and the necessary framework of which they would need to follow, Madam President. So, Madam President, this is a very detailed legislation, Madam President, and if I go on, I'm sure I would exceed the hour, Madam President, but I know that when this becomes law, all of Antigua and Barbuda will have an opportunity to read it. But Madam President, what this bill does, it really protects our borders, Madam President, because you see, these criminals and criminal elements, Madam President, they find different ways to wiggle their way into countries. And so this bill is really protecting our borders. And Madam President, is also other CARICOM countries, right, have these standards by which, and we're a country that we attract hundreds of thousands of people on an annual basis. Our tourism records, the best performing Minister of Tourism ever in the history of Antigua and Barbuda, right? Under the Gaston Brown-led administration, the records have shown it. So we have to continue to live up to that mark, because people see Antigua and Barbuda not only as a major tourist destination, but as a conference destination. And we want to send a message to all of the international agencies that Antigua and Barbuda, we're ready and we're serious and we're doing everything within our power to protect our borders. It is not just by a wish or by a miracle that we hosted SIDS and OAS conference. And CHOGAM, the largest conference to come to Antigua and Barbuda, is not by a wish, Madam President. Antigua would have bid for this, Madam President, and they recognize that Antigua and Barbuda, we're a safe destination, we're a developing country, and we have the right leader to lead us at a time like this, Madam President. Madam President, I couldn't imagine another Prime Minister leading this country at this time, Madam President. I just could imagine sometimes the thought of the opposition being in office, Madam President, is like a scary movie. Right? It scares the life out of me. And each day I wake up, I pray to God. You know, I thank him first for life, health, and strength, and I thank him for the wisdom of Antiguans and Barbudans to ensure that the government, the correct government, is in place at a time like this. Because I'm sure we wouldn't be able to host these other conferences if things were different. Madam President, Antigua now is not only a major tourist destination, we're the hub of conferences. Just recently, I'm a member of JCI's, and we hosted the Conference of America. And the last time a conference of that nature, bringing over 300 people to Antigua and Barbuda, was hosted in Jamaica in 1986. And we had a dream as JCI Antigua members and said, you know what, let's bid for this thing. And it's because of the confidence, you know, recognizing that Antigua is a great destination. We have a great leader, and Antigua, we're capable of hosting any event, Madam President. So putting legislations like this in place is really to demonstrate to not only the Caribbean and CARICOM that we're adhering to the standards set out, Madam President, but that we are doing everything necessary to protect our borders, to ensure that Antigua and Barbuda remains a very safe destination. And so with those few words, Madam President, hope this is not a contentious bill, I fully support the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 and commend this bill to this Honorable House, if it pleases you.
Madam President, I beg to second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Senator Rain. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill is actually the most technical and complex bill on the agenda today. And so it is quite unfortunate that it is appearing this late in the schedule, but certainly this late in time. And I think it is important that I inject here the need for us to respect the standing order and the process of Parliament in terms of how we deal with the 3 readings that bills are supposed to properly receive, because we treat the process as a matter of automation all the time for every bill, and it is wrong. A bill such as this should really benefit from the proper 3 readings that bills are deemed to have, so that we are not just rushing through the process, and the legislators in this House could have an appreciation for this legislation. It is a bulky bill, and like I said, it is quite technical and very important because it affects every traveler entering and leaving Antigua and Barbuda. And by every traveler, I mean every traveler, tens of thousands of people. And so it's important. Now, we support this bill. The objective of the bill is legitimate. It is actually a part of the broader CARICOM model law that we are implementing here. And this legislation is being adopted, quite frankly, across the region. There are a number of territories who have already done this, so we are just, dotting the I's. We are all linked, and I know the agency which will be managing the data, because I actually had a talk with some of the operators, which is based in Trinidad. Impacts is a serious organization, and that is why the bill is as comprehensive as it is. So the bill touches a lot of things, it deals with the issue of data protection. It deals with the issue of depersonalization of the data as a means to safeguard that information of travelers. It builds into it anonymization, which is critically important when you're handling that volume of data and the nature of data that this system will capture. In this bill, it has the provisions for audit functions to conduct that proper audit. And as we would have heard, it also establishes a number of sub-administrative local entities, like the competent authority, which, based on the research, is really just the Immigration Department. I wasn't even really sure if there was a sub-unit within the Immigration Department, but the competent authority is really immigration. And then we would have heard about the Passenger Information Unit. This legislation as well, Madam President and members, builds into it an appeals process, which is very important, particularly with the level of automation that this has. Because what you're going to have is AI technology and bots and so on sifting through this data and determining good eggs and bad eggs. And mistakes can happen. And so I particularly like that it had an appeals process. I can say something about the appeals process because I realized that it went only up to the High Court, which I disagree with. But I like that it's considered all of that. And so the issue of oversight and built-in safeguards for that data, this bill does that. Again, because we're dealing with serious people who understand this work. Now, the legislation here is replacing, as we would have heard, the earlier act, the API, right, which was the Advanced Passenger Information Act. And we're now replacing it with what we're calling, in short, the PNR. I won't be long, but I think it is important for people to hear this part. So the API which was there before, which we're used to, was mainly an identity and travel document information. That's what it was capturing, the travel document information. So that would be just the passport data, the flight or vessel information, embarkation and debarkation data, standard basic data, travel information. Now, the PNR, and why all of those things that I just spoke about is so important, is because the PNR is far more intrusive. This act that we're passing here and the work that Impacts is going to be doing, it is far, far more intrusive. So it will include your reservation details, your bill payment details and information, which includes your credit card, etc., the travel agency information, your seat information, baggage information, if you are an unaccompanied child, all of that information, names of other travelers traveling with you, etc., all of the other historical data that would have normally been captured. And it also includes additional data such as visa details, your primary residence and destination address, etc. And so the comparison is that the PNR can actually reveal your pattern of life, how you live, who your friends are, etc., etc. So it is far more intrusive, and this is why all of the safeguards which I would have mentioned is important. So we support this bill. We support the cooperation that is built into this bill, because that's another factor, that the region will be properly networked and there's cooperation across states in terms of sharing information and internationally. And so that was another component in this legislation, that they wanted to be able to protect who can access the information, so it is controlled, and how other outside agencies and states can access this information. So we over here absolutely support this legislation. It speaks to securing our borders and, as I stated, regional cooperation against everything, whether it's terrorism, trafficking, guns, drugs, and organized crime. Okay? So this legislation, this is what I'm saying, we need to have the time to properly read and review and study it, even if you're not objecting to it. This is information that we should know. I would end by saying the only area that I was a little bit, which I'm going to take the time to mention, is Part 5, which is ministerial powers. Now, in the last iteration, the minister did have the powers to make the regulation, as we can expect there are updates that will be needed from time to time. But in the 2016 bill, the minister could amend and update the schedules, etc., but had to consult what they call council, which is abbreviation for a CARICOM agency, which I think is all of the immigration ministers. I would have to get the proper definition. I think I wrote it down here. So even though our minister would have had the powers to amend the schedules, etc., it was with consultation and cooperation with that body. I realize that they have removed that in this particular legislation, and so the minister stands alone. Okay? That is the only thing I would take the time to highlight and red flag, but I think that the bill allows for the regulation to be brought before Parliament. I can't even speak loudly to that. I'd have to. All right, so just to restate, we support this piece of legislation. We absolutely like and endorse the agency and the server and the security system that's going to be managing this information, and we see that the CARICOM linked legislation, as I have stated, they would have done the work in building in the necessary safeguards in terms of where people data is concerned. If it pleases you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This was indeed
Thank you, Senator Guevara. You may proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Madam President. This was indeed a non-contentious bill, Madam President, and I'm pleased that my colleagues on the opposition support this bill wholeheartedly, Madam President. I cannot speak for the lower house and when they would have received this, but Madam President, we had 2 weeks. We got the notice of Parliament. We knew because I think the House adjourned on the 16th or the 17th, and we had 2 weeks. Most of us would have received our parliamentary papers. In fact, they would have indicated that it was ready for collection. We could pick it up here, or they would deliver it to us. We had 5 to at least 7 days, Madam President. So, and I understand sometimes that bills could come in a timely manner, Madam President, but the other bills are one-pagers, literally, and the other bills were very simple amendments that did not require any contention, but we decided to make them contentious bills, and so we did not get, well, not we, but others obviously did not get a time to go through a bill that was presented to them over 5 days. Madam President, we are paid to be here to serve the people of Antigua and Barbuda, and while I understand, because for me, Madam President, my greatest concern is really the legal drafters who have to be here for the lower house and prepare for the lower house, perhaps get an instruction a day or two before and have to create these bills and, you know, for the lower house, and then we have to come in here, Madam President. So they are my greatest concerns, but the rest of us, we are paid here to be legislators, and we have a job and a responsibility. So it comes 2 days, it comes 3 days, we should be prepared, notwithstanding. But Madam President, the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 is a non-contentious bill. Really and truly, we are ensuring that we continue to protect our borders, Madam President. We are a beautiful, beloved country, Antigua and Barbuda, that is not only a major tourist destination, but a country that tourists like to visit, Madam President, and we're ensuring that we safeguard and protect our borders. So given the full support of the opposition, of course, as a government, we lend our full support to this bill, if it pleases you, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. Madam Clerk.
An act to repeal and replace the Advanced Passenger Information Act 2016 to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storing, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through Antigua and Barbuda in accordance with international best practices and to enhance the national and regional regulatory regimes and institutional cooperation framework governing and related to the implementation and operationalization of the CARICOM Advanced Passenger and Crew Information Systems, subject to international standards and national legislation governing data protection and data privacy, and for other incidental and related matters.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Part 1, Preliminary, Clauses 1 through 3.
The question is that Part 1 comprising clauses 1 to 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 2, administrative, clauses 4 through 7.
The question is that Part 2 comprising clauses 4 to 7 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 3, common provisions for advanced passenger information and passenger name record, clauses 8 through 15.
Question is that clauses 8 through 15 comprising Part 3 of the bill do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 4, API operating provisions, clauses 16 through 21.
The question is that clauses 16 to 21 forming Part 4 of the bill do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 5, PNR operating provisions, clauses 22 through 35.
The question is that clauses 22 through to 35 comprising Part 5 of the bill do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 6, administrative penalties, clauses 36 through 47.
The question is that Part 6 comprising clauses 36 to 47 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 7, exchange of PNR data with other participating states, clauses 48 through 50.
The question is that Part 7 comprising clauses 48 to 50 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 8, miscellaneous, clauses 51 through 56.
Question is that clauses 51 to 56 comprising Part 8 of the bill do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Group.
Schedules 1 through 6.
The question is that Schedules 1 through 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The long title. The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House now resumes its sitting. Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
I second the motion, Madam President.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
I second the motion, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rain. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time. Madam Clerk.
An act to repeal and replace the Advanced Passenger Information Act of 2016 to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from, and transiting through Antigua and Barbuda in accordance with international best practices and to enhance the national and regional regulatory regimes and institutional cooperation framework governing and relating to the implementation and operationalization of the CARICOM Advanced Passenger and Crew Information Systems, subject to international standards and national regulation governing data protection and data privacy, and for other incidental and related matters.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. Senator Guevara, motion.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Whereas Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 233, provides that if the Cabinet considers that any land should be acquired for a public purpose, they may, with the approval of the legislature, cause a declaration to that effect to be made by the Secretary to the Cabinet in the manner provided by this section, and the declaration shall be conclusive evidence that the land to which it relates for a public purpose. And whereas Cabinet, at its meeting held on Wednesday, 10th June 2026, considered that a 0.05 acre portion of the 0.12 acre parcel of land situated at St. Mary's Street in the parish of St. John's, and more particularly described in the body of the schedule attached hereto, should be acquired for a public purpose, namely the construction and establishment of a secure access and exit and related public infrastructure serving the National Performing Arts Center. And whereas Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 233, provided that the approval of the legislature is required to cause a declaration to be made by the Secretary to the Cabinet that the said portion of land measuring 0.05 acres of the 0.12 acre parcel of land be acquired for a public purpose. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House of the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda approves that a declaration be made by the Secretary to the Cabinet as considered in the Cabinet decision referred to herein and pursuant to Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 233, in the terms of the schedule attached hereto, to acquire a 0.05 acre portion of the land described in the said schedule for public purpose.
Okay, do I have a seconder, please?
I second the motion, Madam President.
All right, so of course, coverage there, extensive coverage of the sitting of the Senate, more coverage continuing, of course, the final stages of that Senate sitting continuing on the GI's channel. But for now, on ABS Channel 10, we'll be cutting away to the ABS Evening News, a later edition of the ABS Evening News.